All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and thank God we're back because I've been waiting all this week to do part two, and then there were none. One of the things I want to kind of touch up on is the fact that this world is changing. We need to really pay attention to be aware of what is going on in our economy in America. And I touched on Nesera Gesera last week, and we're going to get into that even further. And what is the overall gist of what we are seeing? I mean, it's just totally up in the air for a lot of people, on the ground for a lot of people, but a lot of people are just in the middle trying to figure out what the hell is going on. So tonight we're going to really get into uh, XRP, um, Bitcoin, whether or not it's a scam, because I have both sides here. A lot of videos dealing with both. One saying one's a scam, the other saying it's not a scam, and it must be done in a way that is surgically feasible and exact and honest, brutally honest. So, every time I do my show, I try to do the best and be the best and bring the best information to those who will be listening, not only in the live stream, but also in future comment that might come along and ask questions. I'll be looking at them as well. So I just want you guys to know that I'm doing the best that I can with what I have, and will always give my honest analysis and opinion afterward. So am I perfect? No, but I try to be. So that's the thing that I want people to be aware of. Do your own research. Never invest more than what you can afford to lose, and be exacting about where you want to be versus where you are today. So, if history proves anything, it proved that it repeats itself, and that we must become aware of that fact because human beings, as we are repetitive. And I spoke to Brother Maurice about this on his show and others that 2029 is on the way. And as it did in 1929, we might be facing another crash in the market, among other things. So, with that being said, I really want to try to knock a lot of these out of the way because I have a lot of short videos. Some might be long. But either way it goes, I'm going to get it done. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be forthright, like I always do. And I want you guys to be able to chime in on what's going on and give me your honest opinion about your thoughts and your advice um, or your whatever thoughts, advice, and whatever, or criticism. That's what I'm looking for. So, with that being said, hold on. Let me see which way I'm going to go here. Okay, so we're going to get into also Flare, and I'm just looking at some of the that are on the menu to show tonight, right? So this one, yeah, I already got that one. Okay, so I'm gonna get that one out of the way. Um, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to try to go through these before I get started. So what we're gonna do, right? We're gonna go and look at the scam of Bitcoin, like a lot of people are saying. Oh, it's a scam, and to be honest, I thought that too. Because how in the hell can a coin you cannot hold, you'll never see in your palm of your hand, and it's a digital coin, be worth more than gold, silver, and platinum combined? So we're going to get into that. Let me see where these are. Okay, so the first one is about 12 minutes long, So I know where that is, where we're going here. So we're going to do Water Muhammad. Here we go. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, big bro?
You got it. You got it. So I don't know if you had an opportunity to take a look at all of them, but I'm pretty sure you probably took a look at two or three.
Hmm.
The pros and cons, the pros of cryptocurrency and the cons. Because tonight we're going to go through them, man. It's not very long. Some of
Hmm.
them might be like 15 minutes, something like that. But I want once we get done with the pros and cons of crypto, we're going to go into what we talked about. For a while back in regard to whether or not the United States is bankrupt. And so we're going to get into that and what that means and how Trump went around the world to collect so-called the gold and brought back hundreds of planes full of gold. And from what I'm understanding, I have not seen it, so I can only go by what I read and what that meant, and all of that. But sooner than later, we're going to know the truth of it. So that's the reason one of the reasons why I put in here the bankruptcy thing at 21, and then going back to the 17. Oh shit! Yeah, wait, no, 1860s when the Rothschild were betting on the South winning or the North winning. It didn't really matter. It's just a matter of if they're getting their money and they're getting control of the Federal Reserve that they have control of throughout the
Hmm.
world from that point up until now. So the only ones that don't have a Federal Reserve, if I'm not mistaken, is China, Russia for sure, and Iceland because Iceland kicked out all of the bankers and everybody that had a loan on their home, like a mortgage, that was forgiven and their homes were given to them. So, like we talked about, on this show, on your show in particular, that people got to wake up, man. I mean, it's obviously something in the air that is about to get real funky in a good way, not in a bad way. And a lot of this evil cabal is under control, and they're being brought to hold on. They're being brought to justice. So I don't want to get into go off the rails here. So, but we're going to cover all of that. But what I want to do right now, Brother Muhammad, is cover. Hold on, let me cover. Okay, to cover the first scam video, and it's called "Is Cryptocurrency the World's Greatest Ponzi Scheme?" And it's done by PBC. I forget that guy's name, but hell, he was caught up in his own scam and shit. So, and that's how he got his money. The PBC podcast. I've been trying to get on his show for the longest time because Paul something Bait C, but the house of Bait means the house in Hebrew. Bait means the house of something. But you will see it. Um, Cause I was dying to get on the show, but people like that, man, they don't want to face the reality of what their whole life is about, and uh, and the fucking scam they're running. But hold on, let me go to the present, to present rather, not present. So we're gonna go to share screen and entire screen allow. Okay, so we're gonna go and play that one, man, and then it's about 12 minutes long, and then I'll be right back. Oh wait. Let me make sure I got the microphone on. Okay, so that's good. So let's see, and we'll be right back, man. All right,
All right.
all right.
So Ponzi scheme. You know the word Ponzi came about. This was this guy. There was a guy named
Oh,
Ponzi. Okay, so
PBD. Okay.
what's the whole thing about a Ponzi scheme and a pyramid scheme? You hear these words: Ponzi scheme, pyramid. Everything nowadays is called a pyramid scheme. Everything nowadays is called a Ponzi scheme. It's very easy. People drop that word regularly, right? NFT is being called that. Cryptocurrency has been called that. A lot of things have called the multi-level marketing has been called pyramid scheme or Ponzi scheme. But the challenge where some people win is when there's not an actual usage of the product. Say that one more time. There's not an actual usage of the product, meaning product they sell is not being used. If I'm anybody right now, I want to get to the 60%, 70% number, which means something. There's got
Can
to
you
be
hear that well?
70% of the people that buy
Yeah.
this coin
Okay, okay.
use the technology, use other aspects of it rather than just yeah. So, for example, hypothetically, all these guys that are pro Bitcoin, pro Ethereum, pro whatever Doge. You just saw Elon Musk yesterday said we're not going to be taking payment for what through Doge, right? Because he says the technology is better than X, Y. Even though this started as a meme thing, it's better than all the other guys with their technology. Yeah. Elon Musk is doing the right thing. What Elon Musk is doing is he's giving it credibility. So, for example, insurance companies need to start accepting Bitcoin as a payment. Like when you talk about the whole I Trust Capital, which is the IRA, that's great. Small businesses need to start more taking Bitcoin as a payment, Ethereum as a payment. More of these folks that are pro crypto the future, which is that's the direction you're going, decentralized. The bank can no longer bully you and do all the other stuff. Power can no longer control your life. Any of those things, great. But there needs to be a major push into the usage of the technology rather than the investment. If they win there, I think
you are 100% on it. That's why I brought up the utility. Listen, I can make a very good argument that XRP is being utilized way more than Bitcoin or Ethereum as it relates to just that token being used. Cross-border payments. People get on the ledger, they send money. There's an app, a developer independent of Ripple called Spin the Bits, and it's spinning Bitcoin, where he uses the XRP ledger as a layer 2 solution to the Bitcoin network problem, right? It takes 10 minutes at the low end, hours of transaction. Ledger instantaneous. Ripple's XRP is instantaneous, 3 to 5 seconds. And when you had Kurt on here and he said, Bitcoin is like 7 transactions, BTC and Ether is 15. Ripple XRP, the token, 1,300 per second transactions and fraction of a penny. I can move, I've watched it, I can move $2 million worth of Bitcoin for a fraction of a penny using the XRP ledger. As you said earlier, the technology is awesome. It's absolutely, in my opinion, a superior tech as far as the network. And I think when you get to usage, XRP is ahead of the game.
That's where you win. You win there. That's my opinion. I may be wrong, but I think you win by needing to use the product. If I use the product, it validates that it's not just an investment.
Here's the problem, guys, right? And this is the beauty of decentralization, and this is also, this is where decentralization lags behind. Who's the Patrick Bet-David of Ripple? Who's moving the company forward from a marketing perspective? Who's out there creating the infrastructure necessary? Who's got the user interface so that everybody can get on their phone and within 3 seconds learn how to use the product and use all these different ledgers that we're talking about? Who's going to teach my mother how to use Ripple on a day-to-day? It was impossible to teach her how to use Venmo. It took like 2 years to get her on Venmo. You know what I'm saying? So that becomes the issue with cryptos going forward. Which community can come together and coagulate in a common direction? That they're going to have the Bitcoin ATMs, and somebody's going to have the conversations with all the Mutual of Omaha and say you should be using Bitcoin to take payments. Like who's out there actively selling? Who's out there actively marketing? Who's out there actively creating infrastructure in these usage things? There's a $1 trillion industry in the future for people that, think about it. Think about the very first person who allows EasyPass to have Bitcoin. It takes 1/10 of a cent of a transaction for every EasyPass that goes through every toll in the country. That they're worth $1 trillion.
No, you're right.
So but who's doing that? Right now, who is pushing that technology forward? Who's the driving force behind that technology in these because these aren't like companies. They're like organizations. They're it's the beauty of it. It's the wild, wild west right now.
That's
There's
the
no direct.
Well, 2 things. You'd be a great securities lawyer because consumptive use defeats the whole case. For XRP or get sued. The SEC in the complaint, they have an entire section that tries to say there is no consumptive use. It is all mere speculation. There are no users of the network. So you're 100% on point. And the problem, the danger, why this case is so dangerous is what you just said. Who's out there promoting it? Because once you are a promoter, are you a common enterprise? Are you leading people to a reasonable expectation of profit based on your efforts? You know,
If somebody was a drug dealer that started it, is it now a RICO case? Are you now complicit in international smuggling? Like if you buy this stuff's the Wild West, man. NFTs, like I saw, and you as a lawyer, I'm sure you've heard this as well. There are people out there right now, right, that are creating an NFT for $300 a day. Okay, they've got $1 million in Ethereum sitting in the bank. They buy their own NFT for $1 million Ethereum. They spend $1 million, but now they have the NFT and $1 million Ethereum. They sell it at a loss for $500,000. So they lost on the ledger $500,000. They took a $500,000 loss, but they got $1.5 million Ethereum. You can do that over and over and over. It's not illegal right now. And you're getting a $500,000 loss, and you're increasing your wealth. Is that what's going on with the NFTs? I mean, is that the idea here?
Think about it from this standpoint. Okay, what allows the government to want to tighten up regulation on guns? What allows it? Like, think about it. What helps their argument?
Public perception.
Forget public perception. It's dummies who do stupid things that are irresponsible with a gun. Then the politician comes out and says, "What? I told you. Well, we have to, and you know what, Governor Newsom, I'm going to do exactly what Texas did to abortion. We're going to do to guns in California. Here's what we're going to do moving forward. You can no longer buy, right?" So, meaning, where I'm going with this is the following. The quick money, get rich quick scheme type of guys are unfortunately, making life difficult for the rest of the guys that are doing it the right way, the long-term play wise. And this has been going on for a while. Government, the regulators, they love that 1% of the con man that are trying to. They say, you see, that's exactly why we need to protect you.
It might be them.
That person.
It might be them. They're the ones going around breaking the windows.
That's the Hegelian dialectic. That's the Hegelian dialectic.
Gary Gensler just did that just a couple weeks ago when he brought up Bitcoin. Someone brought up Bitcoin. He goes, "It's being used for ransomware." Do you know what percentage that really is being used for?
Play, but that's the play. And like, for example, last year we had a couple $100,000 of fake value tenant consulting Bitcoin stolen, and we get the calls, and I get on the phone with these guys like, "Listen, that's not us. That's not us. Look at the email you got. That's from David Crypto Specialty at gmail.com. I said, "That's not us, buddy. We don't have that website. That's not our website. Let's go look at the IP address." "Oh shit, I feel so bad. My wife is so upset at me." So there is that going on as well.
Absolutely.
So there's got to be a part on, a society has to either accept the fact that if that happens to you, you were the one that didn't verify the source that was coming your way. So these are examples. Or a society needs to say, "No, we need to figure out a way to eliminate 100% of that." And that's when these government people come in and they feel special that they're needed to do their job, and then they go and turn one small regulation into 78 different regulations.
Absolutely.
And then another guy comes in, try deregulating stuff. So my concern is they're going to point to these guys and say, "This is why you need our help."
Which would you prefer in that spectrum?
You know which one I would prefer. To me, I would prefer the concept of IT. Education. That's the whole concept of IT. Look, here's what to look out for. Here's where to be paranoid about. When you're raising money, keep these things in mind before you raise money. Ask these 10 questions. Before you're hiring somebody, ask them these 5 questions. Before you open up an office and sign a lease, know what the commercial real estate guy makes. Here's what their motive is.
Understand.
So to me, I'm all about educate. And then look, if you screw up, it's on you. I've screwed up. God knows how much money I've lost screwing up.
That's organic regulation.
And that's organic regulation. A part of that has got to be organic regulation. But there are those who abuse others. My punishment for abuse would go higher. My punishment to want to hurt somebody's livelihood and their savings, if you do that, it wouldn't sit very well with me.
Less laws, but harsher consequences.
Less laws, harsher consequences. My approach is what it would be.
The problem we have though is it's always an extreme. It's either no regulation or it's an anti-state. You know, that's the problem. The financial crisis after it came down and Dodd-Frank was passed and all that. I couldn't get a mortgage to my home, and I just wanted a home equity loan, even though the home was worth 2/3 what I'm asking for, and I had 5 times that in my savings account. But they said because 1 year I fell under a certain threshold at my law firm, settlements were delayed or whatnot.
They're doing the exact same thing now with COVID. They're doing the exact same thing now. They're telling people that they had a lapse of income. Like, yeah, the world was shut down.
Right, but before that, it was no verification income loans. It was no job verification. All those things.
That's predatory lending.
So, but the problem we have right now is when a situation like this case happens and certain government officials start picking the winners. And that's what's happened in this particular case.
So if you enjoyed this little short segment from the podcast that we did, here's another short segment to watch. Or if you want to see the entire podcast, click over here. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Before I go on the next, Brother Muhammad, I'm seeing this one. This one, history's largest financial scam. Bitcoin, the future or world's greatest scam, and then with the one with Trump. Why 99.99% of crypto is a scam, even on Bitcoin. So, which one do you think is the best of one? Best of the ones?
I didn't see those, so I don't know. I didn't preview it to see what's what, so I don't know.
Okay. Well, yeah, I didn't see all of these either, or one of them, none of them, to be honest. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna watch this one like 15 minutes. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, let me stop it. And we did. Hold on. Okay. Oh, okay. So we just automatically kicked off that one. Okay. So what we're gonna do? Do you have any questions
No.
about what was said?
No.
Okay. Well, one of the things that I liked about the video, that was being quite honest. How honest, I don't know, but I was in the same boat as a lot of people in the beginning when I first heard about Bitcoin and Ethereum, you name it, Solana, Cardano, and I was coming from Gary. You remember Gary?
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah. So, but he was trying to do a good job, but he didn't do a good of a job to get my interest. So I was always on his back, man. So saying that no, it's a fraud, it's a scam. The only fool that's gonna make it are the next fool, who buys it. If I buy it at 10,000, somebody buy it at 20, or want to buy it at 20,000, yeah, I'll sell it to you. So that was the whole gist of our conversation. Like, how can it be worth more than gold, silver, and platinum? And this is one of the things that he talked about. But he also said that XRP had more utility, more expediency in regard to transferring money or contracts or what have you, because we're going to get into Flare contracts. And I believe Flare, like I was telling you and Sister Cassie, that I got a whole significant amount of Flare too. So that was only like $5,000 to get 400,000 of Flare at a penny to 2 pennies. So 100,000 for 1,000, yeah. So. But it was at 2 pennies, so it'd be like 50 to 75,000 flares, which is FLR, which is the symbol. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm straight as far as I would love to get 1 million, but I'm not going to go out a lot like that because I prefer to have XRP. But yeah, so what we're going to do next is listen to this one. and it's called History's Largest Financial Scam. Cryptocurrency is 15 minutes, and we'll be right back.
This video is brought to you by
Hold
Anvil.
on, let me,
Stick around to hear more.
I just want to make sure I got the speaker on. I hope I can get it on. If not, I'm gonna have to go just, oh shit. It just needed to be, recharged. It's not recharged. Okay, so we'll just go with the speaker on the computer. Let's hope, that it holds up. It should. It cost enough. Oh shit. We'll be right back in 15 minutes.
About the video. Okay, today I want to talk about the greatest financial scam in human history, which is cryptocurrency. The reason for this video is pretty simple, but it also requires a little bit of context. I have been trading cryptocurrency since early to mid 2013-ish. I was in college at the time, and I firmly believed that the technology on display had the potential to revolutionize multiple industries worldwide. I was the kid in class that wouldn't stop talking about Bitcoin back then. I still believe that even now, the technology bit, that is, but the reality of what cryptocurrency has become is honestly sickening. Crypto is now a global atrocity that is being promoted in various different forms by everyone from Hollywood celebrities to multi-billion-dollar companies during the Super Bowl. Adaptations of cryptocurrency are being advertised as the solution to worldwide poverty or the next phase of global banking. Some of the more conservative claims, like applications in medicine, might be true for the potential for a distributed immutable ledger to redefine accounting, for example. Broader cryptocurrency space has become a horrifying example of wealth redistribution in a way that radically contradicts current public perception. When I say wealth redistribution, almost everyone watching this will think of it in one particular direction. They think of the political definition. Individuals with high net asset worth are having those assets redistributed to peers with a lower amount. That is easily the most common perception of the term. In crypto, there is an image of sorts, and that image, for some reason, has become rather mainstream. The image is of opportunity, accessible fortunes, that kind of stuff. It is an image of wealth redistribution and upward mobility. But the reality of crypto is that our common perception is actually completely backwards. Cryptocurrency is a wealth redistribution mechanism that takes from the poor and gives to the rich. There are obviously exceptions here. That claim is not, strictly speaking, universally true, but the exception proves the rule. Today I would like to make the claim that Bitcoin, Ethereum, and many thousands of other crypto projects are a mechanism that has done far more harm than good and extracted trillions of dollars from average citizens around the globe. More and more, I've been seeing articles, blog posts, commercials, and promos for crypto. Buy it here, trade it there, don't miss the bus, try this card to the moon, etc., etc. But alongside this kind of standard generation tactic, there is something far more sinister. Layered inside the gushing praise of all things crypto is a central idea. Crypto can alleviate global poverty. This idea is replicated all over now, often emulated by some of the richest and most influential people alive, but this idea is a lie. Okay, before going any further, it's time for today's sponsor, and this time it's a video game. Now, the ratio of game sponsors that I get versus the ones I actually accept is probably about 10 to 1. Most of those games are pay-to-win, mobile titles, or NFT crypto stuff, so it's a no-brainer. But today, I want to talk about Anvil Vault Breakers. First thing to say, this game is extremely difficult. For me, that's a pretty big positive, but keep it in mind for everyone else. Anvil is a roguelike, top-down action game where you play as one of 12 different vault breakers and progress through action.
Hold on.
The game supports co-op between Xbox and Steam and features randomized loot to buy randomized upgrades, building an ever-expanding arsenal of skills and gear. It is currently in early access with a new season in March of 2022 that will add a brand new mode as well as an additional vault breaker. I have, on a personal level here, a great deal of fun with this title, which may be a function of my natural affinity for top-down ARPGs, roguelikes, and difficult games, but all things considered, it's a sponsor I'm happy to accept. The game has a definite grind to it. Progress is reset when new seasons launch. There's a clear stratification in gameplay where meta mechanics are by far superior, but is the absolute explosion of ICO.
Sorry about that.
An ICO, also known as an initial coin offering, is basically the same thing as an IPO, initial public offering, which companies will execute in order to trade on public stock markets. These two mechanisms of raising capital are virtually identical in concept, save one key factor. ICOs are totally and completely unregulated. During 2017 and 2018, there was a massive surge in the number of companies that decided to list these types of tokens. And in the years afterward, we were able to see in real time just how catastrophic the crypto world has become. Let's take an example here. This is Substratum. Substratum was originally intended to be a decentralized internet. Their goal was to mitigate the world of net neutrality and online censorship, but Substratum was responsible for the destruction of over $1 billion. In early 2018, the price began to skyrocket as capital poured into the entire crypto market, and on January 8th, it hit a peak price at nearly $3 per token. But immediately after, the price came tumbling back down, and now sits at a fraction of a penny. If you take the apex price tag for Substratum and multiply it by the circulating supply, you get $1.1 billion. This might not be a perfect figure onto the fact that a circulating supply can fluctuate, but from its peak, Substratum has destroyed over $1 billion in value because those tokens, they still exist. Many people who bought in, whatever their cost basis might have been, are now stuck with a token that is worthless and, mostly speaking, untradeable. It was delisted from almost every single exchange on the entire market. Substratum was a mechanism whereby investors bought Bitcoin with fiat currency and then exchanged that Bitcoin for Substratum, which then centralized a large portion of Bitcoin, while Substratum eventually became nothing more than digital waste. ICOs effectively do or did one of two things. Either A, they centralized Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever exchange token was used to make the purchase, or B, usually both, they wiped out value for investors. Here's another example. DentaCoin. DentaCoin was supposed to revolutionize the entire dental industry, and you'll see that there's a common theme here where they'll just pick up the real estate market, the medical marijuana market, anything, literally any other industry, and say that blockchain is going to revolutionize it, and then they do an ICO.
I don't want to sound funny, but there's a coin called FART, F-A-R-T coin. Well, that's about to revolutionize farting or something like that. But, things like this happen, and, you got to be aware of what the hell you're getting into and what it means and how it's supposed to be revolutionizing, dentistry or whatever the hell it is that it's supposed to be doing, especially like Trump coin. Trump coin doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have any value. And other ones that are like that, I just came crashing out. And I mentioned that to you too, Brother Maurice, that this woman put in $1 million and damn near lost it all. So let's continue.
But so DentaCoin, soon after launch, it began trading at heights of 0.005, right? So half a penny. That might seem small, but we also need to realize that there are over 500 billion DentaCoins in circulation with 7 trillion in total supply. If you multiply the peak US dollar price tag by the circulating supply, you get 2.5 billion. Between DentaCoin and Substratum, just two projects, from their all-time high, that is $3.6 billion in value wiped out. Now, this is an imperfect summary because there's actually a lot more that goes into the calculation of how much money was truly lost, but hopefully it's starting to make sense that the ICO boom has some bad investment propositions. However, we need to expand on that because any market has some bad investments, and that doesn't necessarily reflect on the entire space. Well, for crypto, it kind of does. According to a machine learning analysis in October of 2021, all of this research will be linked down below for reference, by the way, in the description. When analyzing comprehensive data for 305 ICO projects as a sample size, 47% of them were dead. Now, when I say dead, I mean that they were classified as a scam by the organization because their communication had ceased and the token had been delisted from major platforms. That is nearly half of their sample size, resulting in a total loss for investors. Furthermore, this study was only able to get ICO documents based on the previous study focused on, quote, successful projects, which was defined as an ICO that raised in excess of $1 million. That particular study was aimed at the investor side of things, which would actually stack the deck in favor of projects deemed to be more legitimate. For our purpose, that makes it even more damning. Half of the projects measured deemed to be successful projects by investors and raising in excess of $1 million each are now dead, which means 150 million bare minimum in flat-out losses, just from this tiny little sample size. But the reality is actually far, far worse. According to data from Deloitte Insights, a business analytics firm, only 8% of all open source blockchain projects were still active in 2017. Active is defined as an update in the past 6 months by them. And according to Wall Street Journal research, out of 1,450 ICO reports, 271 contained indications of fraud and or plagiarism. There were missing or falsified executive teams, dead-end contact forms, and a myriad of other warning signs that would seem to reinforce the idea that these ICOs on a general industry-wide level were and are a disaster. So why does this matter, and how does it indicate that cryptocurrency is the greatest financial scam in history? All alone, it doesn't necessarily, but in combination with a few other specific realizations, it might. The next thing we need to look at is the Gini coefficient. This is where I'll need to summarize rather than go in depth, but again, sources are all linked down below. The Gini coefficient, or Gini index, is a tool for measuring income and wealth inequality across a population. On a scale of 0, 0 being every person earns and has exactly the same amount of money, and 1, where there is absolute inequality, as in one person earns and has 100% while everyone else has 0, it is used to show relative wage and wealth gaps in different countries. For example, in 2022, various South African countries had Gini coefficients of 0.6 or 0.5. These are the areas with the most unequal wealth distribution on the planet. But let's go even further. In North Korea, a totalitarian dictatorship which runs on a command economy and has wealth distribution so extreme there is modern-day serfdom, the Gini coefficient is estimated to be about 0.86. This is very rough data based on testimony from about 700 refugees, and it refers to 2003, by the way, so take that for what you will. It's hard to get any legitimate data out of North Korea in the first place, but that is by far the most extreme example of wealth inequality within any nation on Earth. And the final example, the United States, is at about 0.4 on the scale. It's often regarded as an extreme example of income and wealth inequality on the global stage. 0.4 is much more reasonable, however, than 0.86. Keep in mind that Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is being heralded as a method of alleviating global poverty, and is widely regarded by the public as a disruptive force in the global financial system that will radically alter or even cure wealth and income inequality. Also keep in mind that the command economy of North Korea, with modern serfdom as a result, has a Gini coefficient of around 0.86. According to all of the data I can find, preprint studies, peer-reviewed studies, business analytics, and university papers, Bitcoin has a fluctuating Gini index rating of roughly 0.8, while Ethereum has a Gini index rating, on average, above 0.9. ICO tokens, they're even worse, though a consensus is not easy to find, and nearly every single source has different data. But even among the whales of the cryptocurrency space, there is an incredibly unequal distribution. This means one thing and one thing only. Widespread adoption of networks, tokens, and currencies on the blockchain as it stands today simply stratifies the population even further on a wealth inequality basis, which is the antithesis of what popular crypto fanaticism would have you believe. The greater the value of the crypto asset, the greater the gap between rich and poor, even beyond the threshold of war-torn countries, dictatorships, and late-stage capitalism. Financial exploitation has existed since the inception of money itself, but cryptocurrency is almost nearly purpose-built to exacerbate those problems. Decentralization is a selling point of the technology, yet companies centralize tokens every single day and execute the exact same financial manipulation as traditional markets. Is there a difference? Yes, but that difference is accountability and tax avoidance. Cryptocurrency takes all the worst things about modern finance and just reinforces them, while somehow tricking the population into thinking it is the opposite of reality. Once in a while, one of the Ponzi schemes or the con rings will fly too close to the sun and get burned, like Icarus, but most of them operate with complete protection as the stratification of wealth is accelerated. Also, Icarus had his wings melt off, he didn't necessarily get burned, but it's the same type of thing. They go too close to the sun and they fall as a result. Trillions of dollars have been lost or relocated crypto so far in a direction that completely contradicts the public image of the industry, and yet people don't seem to know or care. In a 2017 study, over half of the transactions attributed to Bitcoin's meteoric rise came from one single entity on one single exchange. Researchers openly stated that these transactions were so far outside the realm of regular trading patterns, it was inconceivable that there was any other explanation except market manipulation. These transactions were made with a stable coin called Tether. And Tether has been outed as a less than reputable and anything but stable company. First, it was claimed that Tether kept 1-to-1, $1 for every coin they minted. Then it came out that only 74% of their currency was actually backed. Then eventually, and most recently, it was acknowledged that only 3% is backed by actual dollars. The rest is backed by cash equivalents, which is a fancy way of saying not actual money. They also refused, full stop, to allow third-party auditing of their books and systems in any capacity. This is a black box in the crypto world where one company is choosing how and when to print an unlimited amount of tokens, which are then being used to blatantly manipulate the market. Finally, it has begun to gain attention, but Tether is effectively the central bank of cryptocurrency. You know, the financial tech that is supposed to revolutionize the industry by avoiding the concept of centralized banking? Yeah, that one. Over 70% of all Bitcoin transactions utilize Tether, but Tether can't actually back up its currency in a pinch, and it quite literally says in their terms of service that they have no obligation whatsoever to redeem any of their Tether tokens for cash. Basically, there are now $78 billion of unbacked currency serving as a centralized bank for crypto through one company, as the technology facilitates all of the worst financial behavior that was already a problem before all this occurred, and exacerbates income inequality in particular to an extreme beyond anything else on planet Earth. Cryptocurrency is a funnel, and ultimately there can never be a positive result from the current market reality. Cryptocurrency is the greatest financial scam in human history, and it's only getting worse. For some people, it's an incredible opportunity, and there are a very, very small, limited number of legitimate projects that utilize the technology. But for the vast majority of all of those involved, it's a terrible thing to be wrapped up in and should not be engaged with. Like I said, I've been watching and learning about the space since around 2013. I even recently had a friend over who is far more optimistic on the subject than I am, and we had some great conversations, we really did, and I understand why he thinks that. But my view is that the wider crypto industry is a severely dangerous, extremely detrimental investment. Borderline, it's just a giant scheme, and should be avoided in nearly all circumstances. That's it. If you want to support, there are links down below, primarily Patreon and locals. I'm trying to diversify away from ad revenue on YouTube. Also, Odyssey, which is just a YouTube platform alternative where all my content can be found. There's another YouTuber to check out as well. Merchandise, social media, sponsor as well. There's a Steam link, etc., etc. But I'll cut it there and stop rambling. As always, thank you all for watching, and have a nice night.
All right. Do you have any questions, Brother Marie? Hold on. Let me go back and see who here. Sister Maud, hey, what's going on, baby? Thank you for showing up. And Bears of Medina, what's up, man? What's up? You got it. And Brother Willie Rivers, I finally got the W's and the R's correct. Thank you guys for coming on. 'Cause sometimes I get tongue tied. I don't know why. But anyway, you got any questions?
Well, I don't have any questions, but I do want to make a few statements.
Oh, okay.
You know,
don't take all day now.
No, I ain't gonna take all day. But you know, one of the things that some of these crypto people talk about, and he mentioned it in the video, is that cryptocurrency is a way to wipe out poverty, and that's really practically
Impossible. Yeah.
and generally just not true. Because we got to look at the volatility of crypto, because most cryptocurrencies are extremely volatile. Their prices swing dramatically. Excuse me, making them unreliable for everyday payments, or even to be able to use or to store as a high value. Because 1 minute it can be, say it's worth $10, and the next minute it can be worth $5. So, it's not a stable currency. So for that to be seen as something that can eliminate poverty is just not true. It's not stable. So, that's not going to happen if you're going to try to use crypto to wipe out poverty. That's just not realistic. And even understanding where with the crypto you can do without banks. But some of these poor countries that are, quote unquote, third world countries, they may not have the proper tools to access Bitcoin. I mean, if they don't have 24-hour, 7-day-a-week electricity, then how do we know that they're going to have 24-hour, 7-day-a-week access to the internet? And so those things have to be taken into consideration when people talk about, Bitcoin can wipe out poverty. And that's just honestly not true, because it's not stable. It's just not stable. The price swings too quickly from 1 minute to the next. And that's something that has to be taken into consideration especially when you're talking about dealing with poor countries, when you're dealing with poor people, period. That's something that has to be taken in consideration. And I don't think a lot of people do when they make statements like that. That's all I wanted to say on that.
No, I hold on. Okay, yeah, I think you're right. A lot of people are being hoodwinked, like Venezuela, because they had some kind of a fallout with. If I'm not mistaken, just correct me if you haven't heard that or you had heard it and confirm it. That Venezuela had a hell of a thing with the cryptocurrency, and it just went belly up. So you're right in that respect, but I don't think that the so-called third world countries. If I don't want to be disrespectful to their country, but if they get into crypto, it had to be by way of governmental and I don't want to say interference, by governmental means for the greater good of that country and its citizens. And the thing is that, like you were saying, a lot of people don't have access to the internet, and even if they did, it might be choppy. It might, go in, go out, go in a couple of days, go out a couple of days. So how are they going to be able to trade in a way that is um, um, beneficial? So in that respect, for countries like that are like third world based, I don't even think they know what a crypto is and its effectiveness or efficacy or its utility is. And to be honest, like 99% of the world doesn't know anything about, XRP, Flare, or Bitcoin for that matter. So this is a whole nother, hold on. So this is a whole nother industry. And I remember when, well, more or less, I remember when the desktop computer, because I was a little kid then, but my cousin was always into programming, because that's when programmers started. He's a hell of a programmer. And when the internet started, and you come out with AOL, and you got a ding, 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 ding. Yeah, yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
So right. So we have to look at all of this new technology that is coming up and coming into our lives and ask the question: is this a game changer? Now, personally, I don't like mentioning it, but it's a good example. Going to Blockbuster was my end thing back in the day, man. You know what I mean? Blockbuster night, and you take your movie back if you're not late. If you're late, you pay a fee. All that stuff. And then here comes Netflix, right? So I'm like, man, I'm looking at it, and I had it, brother Maurice. I had the motherfucker. And I'm looking because I'm still green at that point. Right. So I didn't see the efficacy or the utility of Netflix streaming. That came later. But in the beginning, they were mailing your movie to you. I'm just like, who the fuck gonna be mailing back your movie, nigga? I'm keeping that shit. You know what I mean? Right. So, and then I couldn't see the utility of it, the efficacy of it, and I wasn't thinking long term because what shorted my vision was the fact that they were sending you the videos by CD and you send it back. I'm like, that don't make no damn sense to me. Man, fuck that shit. I stayed with. I didn't have any Blockbuster shares, but I stayed with Blockbuster. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then other Blockbuster like companies came up. I think it was called Hollywood or something like that. I don't know if they had Hollywood. Right.
Yeah.
And yeah. So to me, I like, man, I was going to invest in Netflix. Man, $500 would have been like $3-4 million. No shit, man, no shit. So when I'm looking at this, Okay, now we know we our currency in the United States is fiat money. It's about as good as monopoly. It's only as good as the next person is willing to accept it
Right.
for payment, and still is. But we're going to get into that too when we see the video about Trump going around the world and collecting gold and bringing all those hundreds of planes of gold back, and what that means, and the bankruptcy of America Corporation, and reinstatement of America, the United States of America Republic, and what that means. So I don't want to go too far. Hold on, let me see where I'm at. We did that one. Okay, now this is the one we just did. So I don't want to go too far off the rails. So I want to go through all of these the cons about crypto, and this one is 5 minutes long, and then I'll be right back.
Okay.
Crypto is going to crash and could take your savings with it. In June 2022, Bitcoin dropped over 30% to its lowest value since December 2020, and Ethereum, the second most valuable cryptocurrency, fell about 35%. Terra USD, a so-called stable coin, also collapsed when its underlying cryptocurrency, Luna, lost 97% of its value in just 24 hours, apparently destroying some investors' life savings. The implosion helped trigger a crypto meltdown and erased $300 billion in value across the market. As cryptocurrency prices plummeted, Celsius Network, an experimental cryptocurrency lender, announced it was freezing withdrawals due to extreme market conditions. Now, these crypto crashes and freezes have fueled worries that the complex crypto banking and lending system is on the brink of ruin. But this crash shouldn't surprise anyone familiar with the industry, or anyone who remembers the financial crashes of 1929 and 2008. Let me explain. In the murky world of crypto decentralized finance, known as DeFi, it's hard to understand who provides money for loans, where the money flows, or how easy it is to trigger currency meltdown. There are no standards for issues of custody, risk management, or capital reserves. There are no transparency requirements. Investors often don't know how their money is being handled. Deposits are not insured. It's a Ponzi scheme. Like all Ponzi schemes, getting rich depends on how many other investors follow you into it, until somebody's left holding the worthless crypto coin. Why isn't this market regulated? Well, follow the money. The crypto industry is pouring huge amounts into political campaigns. It has hired scores of former government officials and regulators to lobby on its behalf, including 3 former chairs of the Securities and Exchange Commission, 3 former chairs of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, 3 former U.S. senators, and even former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers. In the past, cryptocurrencies kept rising by attracting new investors and big Wall Street firms, along with celebrity endorsements.
What do you think? Are you in?
You know what? I'm in. But all Ponzi schemes topple eventually, just like the Wild West finances of the 1920s. Back then, Americans were getting rich by speculating on shares of stock, as other investors followed them into these risky assets, pushing their values ever upward. When the toppling occurred in 1929, it plunged the nation and the world into the Great Depression. That crash resulted in the Glass-Steagall Act, signed into law by Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1933. Glass-Steagall.
Now you know the Glass-Steagall Act was repealed. Oh shit! I think hold on. Was repealed under Reagan or Clinton, one of them, but it's been repealed. So here we go, 1929, 2029. It may very well be the undercurrent of our economic destruction in America and around the world. They say that if America gets a cold, right, gets the flu, the world get cancer. Somewhere like it's similar to that. It spreads, man. So we're gonna get hit hard, but everybody else gets hit 10 times harder. So let's continue.
Separated commercial banking from investment banking, putting an end to the giant Ponzi scheme that had overtaken the American economy and led to the Great Crash of 1929. It took a full generation to forget that crash and allow the forces that caused it to repeat their havoc.
There it is.
By the mid-1980s, as the stock market soared, speculators noticed they could make even more money if they gambled with other people's money, as speculators did in the 1920s. They pushed Congress to deregulate Wall Street, arguing that the United States financial sector would otherwise lose its competitive standing internationally. Final blow was in 1999.
Okay.
And the Clinton administration succumbed to intensive lobbying and ditched
Yeah, it
what
was Clinton.
made Glass-Steagall. With its repeal, American finance once again became a betting partner. Inevitably, Wall Street suffered another near-death experience when its Ponzi schemes began toppling in 2008, just as they had in 1929. While the U.S. government bailed out the biggest banks and financial institutions, millions of Americans lost their jobs, their savings, and their homes. But only a single banking executive went to jail. In the wake of the 2008 financial crisis, a new but watered down version of Glass-Steagall was enacted, the Dodd-Frank Act, which brings us nearly a century after Glass-Steagall to today's crypto crash. If we should have learned anything from the crashes of 1929 and 2008, it's that regulation of financial markets is essential. Otherwise, they turn into Ponzi schemes, leaving small investors with nothing and endangering the entire economy. It's time for the Biden administration and Congress to end the crypto Ponzi scheme. In the meantime, share this video so your friends and family don't fall for it.
Wow. Do you have any questions, bro?
Well, not no questions, but a few statements about it.
Go ahead.
One of the things that he talked about, which people must really understand, is speculation. Speculation is a very, very big thing where people at desks sit around and say, well, I think it's going to go to this or it's going to go to. I mean, this is what made gas prices go crazy when Obama was in. It was nothing but speculation. So when you're dealing with crypto, you have to weigh speculation versus the actual utility.
Right,
So,
right.
Much of crypto's value is driven by speculation rather than real world use. So
Yeah, application.
yeah. So that's something that has to be looked at and has to be understood, because people who, really don't have a lot of money, but, they see this coin or that coin and be like, well, let me just throw my savings into this money, into this coin, in this crypto, and the shit fails because people thought it was going to do something. And at the end of the day, it really didn't do anything.
It didn't do nothing.
Yeah. Because one thing that they should look at is that crypto came out in 2009.
Right.
That's when Bitcoin came out. From then to now, it's been over 25,000 different cryptocurrencies that have come out.
Right.
And, that's a lot to look at and try to figure out, well, which one of these 25,000 is going to be the one that makes it? So it's just a lot that has to be understood about it. Even,
right.
When you're dealing with the complexity of trying to be able to use it, where, it requires some type of technical understanding from your different wallets, your private keys, and your addresses. There's just a lot to go into it that's really not always clearly explained to the average person who's looking to try to get in there to make a quick dollar here and there. So that's all I want to add to that.
Okay. Well, before we go on to the next one, I was trying to get into my coin market cap rap sheet, I guess you want to call it that. It lists all of the coins: Bitcoin, Ethereum, Tether, XRP, and price. Now you don't have to join. You just go to coinmarketcap.com. It'll pull it up, and like you were saying, like hundreds of millions and thousands and hundreds of coins. and you need to try to uh, wade through the water of the cryptos and try to find the one that makes the most sense for you and whether or not it will be of any value. Now here you have Flare going for almost 2 cents, 0.016. So when I was buying it, it was between 1 and 2 cents a share, not exactly 1 cent, not exactly 2 cents, but somewhere in between, right? So you have all of these WorldCoin, Stack, Stay, PayPal, Fartcoin, which is got more value. Well, it had more value than XRP at one point. So XRP is it's about a little bit over $2 now. So yeah, $2.08. And so we stroll or scroll down here, you'll see a lot of weird looking names, man. Jupiter, XDC. XDC may do something. I don't know, but I didn't really like it to that point because it's 0.07. But Flare, to me, that and we're going to cover that too. What Flare is, and then you got Bonk, Stack, the whole nine. So you can just really take your time, and when you go to CoinMarketCap, you don't have to join, but it'll give you the whole flavor of all of the crypto. What Brother Maurice was saying. And you got 1 out of 100 of 9,843. You know what I mean? So, but
Well,
I just wanted to bring.
let me ask you some questions about this.
Okay.
So we're looking at the spreadsheet now. The order that they in, does that rank as far as which coins are more important or which coins are more popular per se? How are they ranked?
Hold on, let me bring it up again because it's going by a couple of factors. Hold on.
Okay.
CoinMarketCap. All right, so we're gonna take a little bit CoinMarketCap. So it goes by trade volume in dollars. So here you have $85,000 for Bitcoin. Hold on, let me go back down to number one, 85,000. Number one coin is Bitcoin, 85,159. Ethereum, 1,600. Tether. So it's not so much the price, but the from what I'm understanding, don't take my word for it. But from here, the volume, if I'm not mistaken, even the volume for Tether. Hold on. Is it the volume or the market cap? Yeah, no, I'm sorry, it's the market cap. So you got 1,690,000,000 for Bitcoin, Ethereum 194 million, Tether 144 million, XRP 121 million. So it goes by the market cap. That's where it's going by. So you can just imagine if you way down here at 9,000 or something, you ain't worth shit. I'm in the market cap. So as you can see, it keeps going down and down and down and down. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So explain to the people in layman terms, what is market cap? What does that mean?
Yeah. Okay. Let's do a world. What's that word? Real life world market cap. Okay. So the market cap for Apple. All right. It's like. Hold on. Market cap. Hold on, let me see. Market. Actually, I want to bring it up. Market cap for Apple. So as you can see here, market cap for Apple is $2.9 trillion. Trillion with a T. Now so when you're looking at the market cap, you got to take in consideration all of the shares that are out there for Apple and all of the debt versus assets and future earnings. Like here you have earnings, revenue, stock splits, and PE ratio. The PE ratio is price over earnings. So when you get to that point of having this might be a good indicator for future price movement, the PE. So if the PE ratio is, let's say, 10 for an example, and the price is $5, they're looking at a future price of maybe $45 to $50. Just got to take the PE ratio times the stock price. But in here, as you may have seen, Apple was going for what's the highest of Apple price? I think like $800, $900, almost no. It was over there. It was like $2,500 per share, and as well as Amazon. Let me correct that. So when you're looking at the market cap for Apple is $3 trillion in today's money in April of 25. All right. So that's a hell of a lot of money in terms of the overall company. Now, the overall company, the highest price it was like, let's say $3,000. It's not actually worth $3,000 per share. There's no way, right? So the actual, after you subtract all of the, I'm just guessing at this. After you subtract the debt from the assets, you get the book value. Now the book value is the actual value. You know what? Let me look that up. Because I don't want to be giving you book value for Apple. Okay. So the book value for Apple is $55. Actual value, not hypothetical, not speculation, as it was at $3,000 per share. After you subtract all of the debt from all of the assets, the actual value per share Apple is only $55. Now, why would people, bid up to $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, damn near $4,000 for Apple stock? Because it has proven to be a reputable company with valid products that is selling and selling and selling and selling and selling. Therefore, people who got in early when it first started in Apple made tens of millions, not hundreds of millions of dollars. And the value of Amazon made Bezos very, very wealthy. And I think his shit. Hold on, let me look that up. Bezos value. Bezos wealth value. Now I'm not looking at Apple. 109, 200. What the fuck is it? Jeff Bezos, 192 billion, 609 million. Okay. Yeah. So the value for Amazon founder Bezos is damn near $200 billion. So that's not actual cash that he has in his bank. That's the shares of Amazon multiplied by the price. So that from the beginning of Amazon and that little innocent looking broke ass office he had to now a multi-trillion-dollar company. I think it might be worth more than, might be worth more than Apple. Let's see, Amazon value. Yeah, it's 100. Oh, damn. Hold on. Market capitalization. Okay. Amazon stock. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's about $2 or $3 trillion. So I don't want to be wasting too much time trying to do that. But the idea is that when you're offering like Amazon starting out, we're going to be selling a lot of books and da. People started buying books online, started getting money in, and then he changed to paintbrushes, whatever the hell it was. You can buy damn near everything on Amazon now. So, and getting your product that you bought delivered to you on time without a lot of complaints, right? So this is how people become wealthy. You go into, I can start a company XYZ, and I go and do an initial public offering, right, with stock. And what it is that you're getting money from the public, right? And it's like a loan. Like, okay, well, if you give me this amount of money, I am going to really work hard and getting this product out, this service out, or whatever the case may be. And then over time, you're going to see your shares go up in value. And this is how and why people invest in early stage companies. And what this guy was talking about, what you were just saying, is that a lot of people don't know about 9,000, damn near 10,000 coins that's supposed to be worth something. And for what reason are they buying it? They're buying it to make money or for it to go up. Now, when I look at it, right, and I'm just being honest, what the hell is Falcon? Or what the hell is all of these other coins way down the list of 9,800 and something? It's nothing. It's not, if it's not within the top 5, fuck it. Now,
Okay, so,
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
right. So the question I was asking about market share, the market cap, I'm going to try to explain it in layman terms, and you tell me whether you agree or not.
Okay.
All right. When I think of market cap, the easy way for me to try to explain it is you look at it as like a pie, like a whole pie, and how much each slice of the pie is selling for. So the company shares, these are the slices of the pie that represent ownership. So the share price, this is the current price for one slice of the pie.
Okay.
One slice of the pie is being sold and bought as, that's the share price.
Right.
So the actual market cap is the total worth of the company stock. And you get this by multiplying the price of one share by the total number of shares available. So if a company has 10 million shares and each share costs you $50, then you would multiply $50 times 10 million, which will give you 500 million shares.
No, $500 billion.
$500 million.
No, you said 2 million shares times 50.
No, I said $50 times 10 million, which will give you 500 million.
Okay, yeah.
Right? So in other words, it's like saying that whole pie is worth 500 million based on how much the people are paying for each slice.
Right. You got it. It's depending on how much they're willing to pay for the slices of the pie.
Exactly.
Right. Because some people bought Apple for $10. Some people bought Apple for $50. Some people bought Apple for $2,000. You know what I mean? And they hoping that, I'm talking about the church bell. But they hoping that it kept going up, and it did. It kept splitting stock split. So if you started out with, let's say, 10 shares, right? And it did a stock split of 2 for 1, 2 for 1, 2 for 1, 10 times. That'll be 2 for 1. You had 100 shares. Now you got 200 shares, but it's half the value of the price before. So if it was $50 and they go through a 2 for 1, the value is still the same, but the half of the price gets cut in half. You feel what I'm saying? Because now you doubled the number of shares from the total shares of the company from, let's just say, 1,000 to 2,000 now. But the value is still the same because now, instead of it being 1,000 shares of the company, you got 2,000 shares. And whatever number of shares that you had, let's say you had 10, now you got 20, but the value is still the same because you're taking that $50 price and you cut that in half. Now it's $25, and with good reason because the company is growing. The company is selling its service or selling a lot of its product. And over the years, over the decades, Apple went from what's some of the product? Not the Walkman. You know what I'm talking about. The iPhone. They created the iPhone. You know, all of that, and that was selling like hotcakes. And so the shareholders who got in early, they made money. And the people who were coming in behind all of that, they began to say, well, I could have bought Apple for $50. Now it's going for $100. I'm going to buy that $100. It might go to $200, $300, But the reason behind that, the force behind that it had good service and a good product. And they kept improving on that product. The iPhone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and now 8. No, and now 13, I think. You feel what I'm saying? So that's how it works. Now, when you look at these cryptos, you know, to me, I'm only giving you my opinion because in the last video they were talking about regulation. It's not regulated yet. That's the reason why. What's the boy name on X who owns X? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, Musk. That's the reason why he was able to run a scam. I don't want to say a scam, but to run a train through all of these investors with Doji. He made millions of dollars, and the price had gone down from what he was promising or profiting or propping up. So for the fact that it is not regulated, a lot of people are getting away with murder. You know, and that's one of the things you got to be aware of too. Now, when it comes to Bitcoin and MyCoin, XRP, and Flare, you got to look at how it all fits together. You feel me? And how it works together, how it makes decentralization the number one game changer in this economic world that we're coming into, America, and how it will compete against other nations. And I can be honest with you, based on what I've seen and based on what I heard, ain't nobody touching America, man. Nobody. And there will be no more Federal Reserve. It would be all handled through XRP. So, for the fact that XRP is a ledger that will be handling hundreds of trillions of dollars over the decades to come. And it is not, if it is true, and we get the regulations in place, and we get rid of the current Federal Reserve Chairman, it's over. And when you look at Flare, and we're going to get into Flare in a minute, and the utility of Flare and XRP, you're looking at a game changer, the same way Netflix. And this is what I'm talking about. You got to look at the game-changing atmosphere that they're going to bring it about. And XRP can handle trillions upon tens of trillions of dollars in less than a second. Bitcoin can only can't handle that amount of money. But if it tried to do it, there will be a delay, and it handled. I can't. Yeah. What do I want to say? It takes like 15, 18 minutes to handle an exchange on the ledger. That's not going to work. And so we're going to see the eradication of banks. We're going to see the eradication of Federal Reserves. We're going to see the well, you know what I'm trying to say. And all of that don't fit within the ledger concept go away. Now, this is the game changer. And just like I was saying with Netflix, if you're not seeing it, and if you're not taking your fucking money out that goddamn bank, all your shit gonna be gone. It's already been happening to a lot of people. There was a guy, I think, in England. He had damn near $3,000 in his bank, and he go to his bank and try to withdraw the money because he wanted to buy his son a bike, an electric bike or whatever, or a motorbike, and the money was gone because it's fiat money. There's no more of that. And so we're going to get into stable coins tonight too. But the idea is that stable coin, like they were talking about Tether, right? It's not feasible. the coin that will be feasible for XRP, will be RLUSD. You feel me? So I don't know if that is out yet. Hold on, let me see. Is RLUSD out yet? Stablecoin launch. Each RLUSD token is fully backed by US dollar deposit. Now that's going to be the thing. U.S. government bonds and cash equivalent, and I don't know if you heard, but the debt of America is paid off. We don't have no motherfucking $32 trillion debt. That shit is wiped. I'm telling you, this shit is revolutionary. But yeah, I don't think on December the 17th. But what is it? 24? Oh, this is 24. Ripple will begin rolling out its U.S. dollar stablecoin to the public on Tuesday. Oh, it's been out already. Okay. So we're gonna cover that video too. That has been paid. But the thing is, Brother Marie, that we gotta be prepared, man. We gotta. And this is the reason why I'm putting all this information here, so that people will come to it. They will get a better understanding of what this cryptocurrency is, what it is not. It is not regulated yet. That's why you have to be so careful about what coins you buy and making sure that it has utility. And you're not, a lot of people bought Trump coins. It was just speculation, the reason why it went up. Nothing more. That had no value outside of it being the coin of Trump or the coin of Melania or fuck coin. It had no fucking use to it. So, hold on, let me. I don't know, forgot where I was. Okay, and we'll go on to that one. So look, let's this one is 7 minutes long, so let's try to run through these, and then we'll be right back. All right, Brother Marie.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, all right. Let's run through this.
In the early 1920s, a businessman in Boston had a realization. Everybody wants to get rich without doing any work. So this businessman came up with a brilliant idea to make a lot of money. And like all good financiers, he promised to make those around him really rich too. The businessman told his investors he was buying discounted coupons in foreign countries and making money reselling them in the U.S. It was a middleman opportunity that he claimed was totally safe and guaranteed a return. The businessman promised his investors a 50% profit in 45 days or 100% in 90 days. What this businessman was doing was paying the people who got in early with the money for the people who got in later. Those later investors, excited by hearing about a guaranteed high return investment, were left holding the bag. That businessman was named Charles Ponzi. His name has become synonymous with these sorts of schemes. This Ponzi scheme made millions of dollars in just a few months, but such a con can only go on for so long. Eventually you run out of other people's money, and for Ponzi, when that happens, you go to jail. 100 years later, a new bunch of wealthy investors say they too have a brilliant way to make you a lot of money. They promise to make you really, really rich. The best part is, they say, the returns are guaranteed. Anyone can buy with any amount of money. It's called Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a digital token with no physical or government backing that's run by a global, decentralized network of computers. These computers keep track of every Bitcoin transaction and can move Bitcoins easily from one user to another. There are a limited number of Bitcoins in the world, 21 million, 19 million of which have already been mined. These mining rigs are large systems of computers which perform complex calculations, expending huge amounts of energy to create new Bitcoins. Massive Bitcoin mining farms are set up in places like Siberia and northeastern China, where people take advantage of cheap electricity in massive, wasteful facilities. But how Bitcoin works doesn't really matter that much. All of the stuff you hear about peer-to-peer technology and the blockchain really only explains how Bitcoin works as a currency. But despite the name, Bitcoin isn't really used much as a currency at all. When people buy Bitcoin, they rarely use it to buy goods and services. They're really buying access to a Ponzi scheme. Only 1.3% of Bitcoin's economic activity is in merchant transactions. The rest is speculation. People buying it just because they think it will go up. And the more it's used in speculation, the less incentive people have to actually use it as a currency. Why buy something with Bitcoin when you can hold it and make some easy money? That's why the peak of Bitcoin being used to buy things was actually back in 2017, before its price really took off. And a currency should be stable in value, not bounce all over the place the way Bitcoin does. Rises are nice, but Bitcoin also falls a lot. If you want to speculate, that's fine, that's your own business. But you don't want the value of your checking account to gyrate wildly and unpredictably just because Elon Musk has tweeted about it. If you have friends or relatives who are into cryptocurrency, you know that the reason that people are into Bitcoin is because they think it can make them a lot of money. Because Bitcoin is just a digital token without any inherent value, they're not really making an investment. They're engaging in a financial betting game. Anything you invest in Bitcoin or Ethereum or Dogecoin just goes into the pocket of the previous holder. There's no real income generating asset behind it. What they're betting on is that other people will bet on it and the value will keep going up. If more people are joining the market, you can make money. You're not a sucker if the person next in line is a sucker too. And as long as you can make it out on time, the next guy is left holding the bag. The good news for these gamblers is that there are a lot of suckers in the world. The bad news is that eventually you run out of suckers. So to keep the scam running as long as they can, the wealthy proponents of Bitcoin say that it's changing the world. They say that Bitcoin is going to replace fiat currencies like the dollar. They say that it's going to undermine cruel dictatorships and greedy banks and help usher in a libertarian utopia of privacy and security. And most importantly, they say what every scam artist has said since the beginning of time. Get in right now and you'll make quick and easy money. Don't miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And for the last few years, they've actually been right. If you'd spent $100 on buying shares of Apple in January 2016, you'd have about $540 now. If you spent that $100 on Bitcoin, then you'd have made more than $9,000. But that doesn't mean that Bitcoin is working. It means that a lot of people have fallen for the scam. And the more people who buy it, the more the price fluctuates, and the less usable it is as a currency. The success of Bitcoin as a speculative commodity has made it socially useless. You'd actually have made just as much money buying a parody cryptocurrency called Dogecoin that makes none of the grandiose claims that Bitcoin does. In fact, it explicitly started as a joke. Meanwhile, as more and more people speculate on Bitcoin, it consumes more and more electricity and emits more and more carbon. Because of how complex Bitcoin transactions are, they consume an incredible amount of power. One Bitcoin transaction consumes more electricity than the average American household does in a month. Bitcoin as a whole consumes more electricity than entire countries: Venezuela, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Kazakhstan, and the Philippines. If Bitcoin ever were to be widely adopted, it would consume many times more energy than is produced in the world today. Bitcoin isn't useful at all, except maybe as a symbol of how capitalism has changed. From something that could once build factories and transcontinental railroads to a system of pure speculation, totally divorced from the real world. Look at this system. Millions of computers emitting huge amounts of carbon, making pointless calculations in order to gain access to a digital token with no actual use, all while the infrastructure crumbles and people go hungry. This is a terrible way to organize a society. But because Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme without any benefit to society, does not mean it's going away. Bitcoin has become a culture, an identity. Amid the vast meaninglessness of a society in decline, a lot of people find value in it. In a world where traditional forms of identity are in decline, family, unions, religion, new ones like cryptocurrencies spring up to take their place. The fact that so many lonely, atomized people find community and meaning in Bitcoin means that for the people at the very top, people with millions or even billions of dollars, there's a ready and willing community of suckers to exploit. You can still make money off cryptocurrencies. In an age of low wages and mass underemployment, people will always be lured by the promise of getting rich quick. But there will always be somebody left holding the bag. And it could very well be you. In essence, Bitcoin is a gamble. Gambling can be fun at low stakes with friends, but the people trying to sell you Bitcoin aren't your friends. No matter what you tell yourself, you're just gambling. Not that an asset has value, but that the person next in line is more gullible than you. This is Doug Henwood, author of Wall Street, for the Gravel Institute.
All right, you heard it. You heard it from him. Hold on. I'm going to go to the... Now we're going to get into the positiveness of the cryptocurrency. and what that means. And, because I want to give you guys a balanced reporting. Oops. To give you a balanced reporting. And hold on, let me make sure I get this right. Okay, here is RLUSD. What is Ripple? Process payment, banking, gateway, Ripple payment system. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna get into the positive side of this, but hold on. Okay. Yeah, so I wanna try to go back a little bit in time and take a time capsule ride back to 1783 and listen to what happened and how did we get to where we are right now. The United States Corporation versus maritime law versus land law, and what that meant up to this very moment in 2021 when America filed for bankruptcy. And I think it happened. You know what, Brother Maurice, I couldn't find what I had sent you because I went all the way back to the beginning of our conversation on WhatsApp, and I just did not see it. So I apologize for that, but it was true that Trump did do an executive order, but for the life of me, I did not see that on your. I know I sent it to somebody. I thought I might have sent it to you, but I'm still looking for it. So let people know, and the people who are watching now, that America was declared bankrupt and signed off by the Secretary of the Treasury at that point in 2018. But anyway, we're going to go to this video about the Paris Peace Treaty, or the Treaty of Versailles, between the United States and Great Britain. So hold on, let me go back to the beginning. Pay attention.
After America declared its independence from Great Britain, the Treaty of 1783 was signed. That treaty specifically identifies the King of England as the Prince of the United States and contradicts the belief that America won the War of Independence. Although King George III of England gave up most of his claims over his American colonies, he kept his right to continue receiving payments for his business venture of colonizing America. If America had really won the War of Independence, they would never have agreed to pay debts and reparations to the King of England. When Congress passed the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, the U.S. President was made subservient to the King of England. The 13th Amendment is called the Title of Nobility Amendment and forbids U.S. presidents and their officials from using royal titles like king or prince or baron. For some mysterious reason, the 13th Amendment, which was ratified in 1810, no longer appears on current copies of the Constitution. America's blood-soaked War of Independence against the British bankrupted America and turned its citizens into permanent debt slaves of the king. In the War of 1812, the British torched and burned to the ground the White House and all U.S. government buildings and destroyed ratification records of the U.S. Constitution.
Now there's another one. I was trying to find it, I just couldn't find it. That was the one I sent to you, Brother Muhammad.
Let me hold on. She said the Treaty of Versailles, right?
Right.
And what was the date that she said that was on?
Hold on. The Treaty of Versailles took place in the 1780s.
No.
1780s?
No, we signed.
No. Yeah, you're right. It was during the reign of King George III. So it had to be in the 1810 through 30, somewhere around there. And the Treaty of Versailles.
The Treaty of Versailles was a major peace treaty signed June 28, 1919, which officially ended World War I. The treaty was signed in a palace in Versailles, France.
No. You're talking about a whole nother thing. This is the treaty the Treaty of Peace, better known as the Treaty of Versailles, that took place between, hold on, I don't want to be talking about, between the United States and Great Britain. Hold on, Treaty of Versailles. Versailles. Hope I'm pronouncing, spelling that correctly. The Treaty of Versailles was a peace agreement signed. Okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no,
I take that back. The Treaty of Peace. Oh, well, shit. Hold on. Now, I'm kind of. Hold on. The Treaty of Versailles was a peace treaty signed on June 28, June 1919. The 20th of June, June 28, 1919. As the most important treaty of World War One, it ended the state of war between Germany and most of the Allied powers. It was signed in the Palace of Versailles, exactly 5 years after the assassination of the Archduke. Now hold on. hold on. Was there a peace treaty between King George III and the USA after the War of Independence? Okay, now let's see what happens. I spelled that right. Independent. No, that's not right. Independent. All right, that's correct. So let's see what happens. Peace treaty between King George III and the USA after the war. Did you mean? Yeah, I meant that. Okay, yeah, the Treaty of Paris, signed in Paris by representatives of King George III of Great Britain and representatives of the United States on September the 3rd, 1783. Like I was saying, the 1780s. Officially ended American Revolutionary War. 13 colonies would have been part of the colonial British America to be free, sovereign, and independent states. The treaty set the boundary between British North America and later called Canada and the United States. So, hold on. Okay, the Treaty of Paris, 1783, that was correct. But I don't know how those two are using Treaty of Paris. Now that's a new one on me. So I don't know. I'm the only one that I know about is the Treaty of Paris, which is better known as the Treaty of Versailles. But
Yeah,
anyway,
the
it might be two things that I'm thinking. One is called the Treaty of Paris, 1783, and then the Treaty of Versailles. I might be crossing or using them simultaneously, but that would be wrong on my part.
So the video said something to the effect, or either the video said it or you said it, something to the effect that the king is still over America. Is that what?
Yeah. Well, let's watch it. Let's watch it again. It's only about a minute, 2 minutes.
After America declared its independence from Great Britain, the Treaty of 1783 was signed. That treaty specifically identifies the King of England as the Prince of the United States and contradicts the belief that America won the War of Independence. Although King George III of England gave up most of his claims over his American colonies, he kept his right to continue receiving payments for his business venture of colonizing America. If America had really won the War of Independence, they would never have agreed to pay debts and reparations to the King of England. When Congress passed the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, the U.S. President was made subservient to the King of England. The 13th Amendment is called the Title of Nobility Amendment and forbids U.S. presidents and their officials from using royal titles like king or prince or baron. For some mysterious reason, the 13th Amendment, which was ratified in 1810, no longer appears on current copies of the Constitution. America's blood-soaked War of Independence against the British bankrupted America and turned its citizens into permanent debt slaves of the king. In the War of 1812, the British torched and burned to the ground the White House and all U.S. government buildings and destroyed ratification records of the U.S. Constitution. One said,
Okay, well, that was it.
Okay,
So, yeah,
hold on, because she lied. She
lied about what?
what she just said. Okay, so first she said that the king is still over America, right? That's what she said, and that's a lie. That's a lie. The Treaty of Paris of 1783 explicitly recognized the United States as a free, sovereign, and independent nation. This means that King George III of Great Britain no longer had authority over America. The treaty formally ended British rule over the 13 colonies, setting clear boundaries between the U.S. and British North America. Clearly, the treaty states that. You can pull up the treaty, and you can read it. Did America pay the king reparations after the war? No, the United States did not pay reparations to King George III or Britain after the Revolutionary War. Instead, the Treaty of Paris of 1783 focused on recognizing American independence and establishing territorial boundaries. However, the treaty did include provisions for compensating loyalists, American colonies who had remained loyal to Britain, by allowing them to reclaim their confiscated property. The war itself was financed through taxes, bonds, and foreign loans, particularly from France, rather through payments to Britain after the conflict. So what that is saying is that the people that was in America that was loyal to the king, that got their land taken, they've made an agreement that they can get their land back because they were loyal to the king. So they were loyal, they lost, but instead of letting them be poor, allow them to have their land given back. And they agreed, we'll give them their land back so that they won't be poor. But there was no reparations paid. There was no the king saying, I'm still over America and the president is subservient to me. That never happened. It's not in the treaty whatsoever. That woman straight up lied.
You got anything else you want to say?
I mean, if you think I'm lying, pull up the treaty.
No, I want to make sure you got everything out that you wanted to be that got out. So,
Yeah, I called her out on her lies.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I've said it. She lied.
So the woman lied, and that the king wasn't over America, and that America never paid reparations.
Exactly.
America did pay reparations, bro. Let me. Well, hold on. We can have another show about this because I can't really talk about it in 5 minutes. But
right? All you got to do is show it. All you got to
no. See, because you know me by now. You know me by now, sir. You know me by now. I like to do a very thorough presentation. I'm not going to be getting no 5 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute presentation about something. But let me say this in response to what you were saying. America lost that war. It not only had the White House burned down, but hold on, player. Hold on, I got you. Okay. Not only was the White House burned down, but all of the federal buildings burned down, and the old Constitution was burned, right? So when you're looking at the fact that America had no military standing whatsoever against the British, it would have been a costly war to stay. Number one, it would have been uh, uh, a hell on wheels, financially speaking, to keep the British Army on American soil. Number two. Number three, the simple fact that the British Army was taken off the American soil. Now, you know the 13 colonies was still a British colony, still a British whatever. That didn't happen until until 1780 when the Constitution was confirmed and signed by George Washington and all of these other people, right? So when you're looking at that, Brother Maurice, all I'm saying is that this is a contract that was signed in 1783 that spilled over into and after the not World War One. The Civil War. So all this time now, you got to remember that the Rothschilds and other wealthy British people of that era were constantly looking for an opportunity to make money. That's all of what they were talking about. And then when the Rothschild took over the Bank of England, hold on, let me look that up. The Rothschild take control of the Bank of England, 1798. It was founded in, hold on. The Rothschild Bank was founded in 1798. So it falls right into that area. Now, what happened before then, that's another question, and that's a very good question. But I would be suffice to say that America and Britain were being financed by the Rothschild family before they took over the Bank of England. That led up to the Bank of England being taken over because of the fact that Napoleon was supposed to have won the war or whatever he was participating in, and the Rothschild family had inside information, and this is a very well documented incident where they heard that Napoleon lost the war, and therefore they got onto the exchange at that time in England or whatever the case may have been, and they were betting on the bonds or whatever the hell it was that that Napoleon won the war, France, and therefore England was in trouble, right? But that wasn't the truth. That wasn't the case. They lost the war, but he was betting on the fact that one way or the other, they won, but in actuality, based on inside information that they lost, and therefore everybody that was selling bank England debts or bonds, it fell, something like that. But anyway, they were able to get in on the ground floor of the Bank of England, and those bonds went to nothing, right? But after they found out, and after the Rothschild family bought off all those bonds, they were able to take over the control of the Bank of England, became the wealthiest family, if not throughout Europe, in the world at that point. And so now that fed into the old saying of the Rothschild, I don't give a fuck who the president, as long as they do our bidding and we control the money flow. We control the Federal Reserve. Because we are the Federal Reserve and we say what we say and you do what the fuck we say. And that's how that started. So you can just imagine in 1798, the Rothschild family, under the auspices and control of Nathan Rothschild, who first settled in Manchester, England, before moving to London, the Kingdom of Great Britain, and how that played out, man. You know what I mean? So when you're looking at all of that, and King George III was a business-minded person. Everything was written out. They didn't have to stay in America in order to control it. They had that shit in contract. You feel me? And after that war, everybody became a debt slave. That's why our birth certificates are in large letters. And that birth certificate is traded on the exchange. So if you put all the pieces together, you get a real good picture of what the fuck happened, and that happened. And it didn't stop. Our freedom didn't stop until the American corporation ended and went bankrupt in 2021. So let me go back here.
Hold on.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Now, can you see down there where I got my screen share? Can you click on that?
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Yeah, click on it because I want to show you this.
Okay. What the hell happened? Oh no, I gotta get out of stop. I gotta get out of sharing. Hold on. Okay.
So what this is the actual Treaty of Paris of 1783. And this is why when people always say you got to have receipts, because what the lady said is a straight out lie. It's obvious you never read the treaty.
I read it, bro. I read it.
Okay, if you read
I read it.
Okay, if you read it, then you tell me which section in here does it say that America is going to pay reparations and that the king is still going to be over America? And which section is that written in? If you already read it, which section is it?
Well, I'm not seeing you can't. I can't do that, and you can't do that either because it's not being. Hold on, player.
I'm asking you a question, and you telling me I can't
no.
Now
you know me. We're gonna do another show about the Treaty of Paris, and I'm gonna show you all of the other questions that you're talking about. But I'm not gonna try to do it in 5 minutes, man. That would be wrong for me to do that. But yeah, go ahead.
I asked you, and everybody watching can hear very clearly. I said, "Did you read it?"
Yes.
Said, yes, you read it.
Right.
You also, by saying yes, you read it, because I said the white lady lied. That it does not say in here that the king is still over America. It doesn't say that. I said it does not say that America is going to pay reparations to the king. I said that. It does not say that nowhere in here. Now, I ask you, which section does it say it, since you've already read it? So anybody that have already read something would have some type of clue which section to go to and where it says it in the sections. Now, if we can look, the sections are not very large.
Right.
Very large at all. So it's not hard to say, well, maybe section 3 or maybe section 4 or maybe section 5 or 6. But let's just look at it. It's not going to take much time. Okay. So the first part, the definitive treaty of 1783, it goes into the background of what was going on and who all is coming to the table. The first article talks about which states consist of the 13 colonies and that they're sovereign and independent, and that the crown, the king, gives it all up. And I'll read it. His Britannic Majesty, and this is in Article 1 right here. Right. It says, His Britannic Majesty acknowledges the said United States visa New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Massachusetts Bay, Rhode Island, Providence Plantation, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia to be free, sovereign, and independent states. that he treats with them as such for himself, his heirs, and successors, relinquishes all claims to the government, property, territory rights of the same and every part thereof. So what that's saying is for those 13 colonies, the king relinquishes all rights. Not only do he relinquishes all rights, but his heirs and successors throughout time relinquishes all rights. They have no claim on the United States, none whatsoever. None whatsoever. This was signed by the king. This was signed by the American representatives. The lie that America lost the Revolutionary War is a big lie. It is in writing that the king submits and said, you win, me and my people, we give up. It's yours now. Y'all won, y'all beat us. Okay? Now, do you accept that in the treaty, it actually says what I just read to you? Do you accept that as an actual fact?
No.
Oh my God. All right. Okay.
But like I said, I explained this.
Because
Brother Muhammad, come on, man.
Hold on, let me finish because it's my last.
Hey, go ahead. I want you to get it all out, sir.
Let me finish. Because I showed you receipts. I showed you and everybody watching receipts where the king gave it up. And I can go in and read more of this thing. But I just asked you, do you submit to the truth that's right here in front of your face that you can go read and research yourself? And you just said, no, you're not going to acknowledge.
No, I didn't say no. I'm not going to ever do it. I'm going to say that we can have this discussion
right in front of your
completely.
face.
I don't like trying to do something in 2 or 3 minutes.
And you're saying you're not going to accept it, not because you actually learned in school that America lost the Revolutionary War.
Yes, I learned that.
The lady actually showed you evidence that America lost the Revolutionary War, because there's no evidence that exists that America lost the war. There is absolutely no evidence of that. See, when we're dealing with people that come up with their lies to try to sell something to make other people seem smart, and really, in reality, it makes them look stupid when you can pull up the real deal in front of your face and read what it says and understand what it says, because there's no argument. Even the damn British people who live over in Britain will succeed and say, yes, they lost the war with America.
Because they don't know any better.
All right, man. I'm not
Man, look, this is real simple.
No,
hold on. Let me say this. We're going to have an open discussion.
And understand what I'm reading.
Bro, listen to what I'm saying. I will give you the floor. But just like anything else, you can't discuss and you cannot trust what come out the fucking mouth of white folk.
Bro, you trust in that white bitch that you just played.
But but listen, calm down, sir. You ain't got to bust a blood vessel.
No, I'm just saying.
Let me say this. We're gonna have however long you want to go with this. We'll run. But listen, bro, listen. I'm on your side. I'm not against you. But what I'm trying to tell you is that America lost the
I'm
war.
not trying to do that because I know that's a lie.
No, that's not a lie.
I proved that.
That's not a lie. You didn't prove anything.
Yes, I did. You said,
didn't.
look at this treaty. You said that. I didn't say it. When you said this treaty, then I went and found it, and I asked you, did you read it? And you claimed you did, But if
Yes,
you
yes, sir, I did.
known what Article 1 says, you'd have known what Article 2 says, and each article after that. But if you read it, you must have didn't understand what you were reading.
Oh, I understood it. I understood it. But like I said, we're gonna have an hour discussion with all of the proof that I need to show that America did not win the war of 1776 or whatever the fuck it was. It did not. During the Treaty of Versailles or the Treaty of Paris, it did not confer anything upon America as far as it being free.
All right.
We
Well,
became debt. Hold on. We became debt. Hold on, player. I'm with you. We became debt slaves up to the very moment until 2021.
all right, bro. Well,
All right.
I
Yeah,
can't.
but we'll get into it. But are you for right now? Are you okay with that?
No, I'm not. I'm
Okay,
not,
so you're not okay with that, and your position is that America won the war, and that England or Britain left territory to us and as a sovereign nation, right?
I'm saying that this Treaty of Versailles that was signed in 1783,
Right.
the thing that you and her threw out as so-called evidence, then once we go to it and actually read it, it doesn't say anything that y'all say it says. And then when I read the part that clearly says, America, you sovereign, y'all won, you tell me it doesn't.
It didn't say America won.
All right, bro. Okay. Well,
Where? No, you just said it. I'm just waiting on you to say it. But you just said America won the war. Where in the Treaty of Peace or the Treaty of Versailles where it said that America won the war?
okay. Well, we understand that the king.
No, that we understand. I ain't give a fuck about we understand or what's being implied. No, where in the treaty, bro? Where in the treaty that it said that the United States won?
Article 1
Mhm.
says that he treats with them as such for
Hey,
him.
blow it up a little bit. Blow it up a little bit because I can't really see. Okay, yeah, and then bring it back a little bit.
Article 1, right here.
Uh-huh.
All right. Clearly.
Okay, so I'm gonna read it, sir. I'm gonna read it. His Britannic Majesty acknowledged the said United States, these the 13 colonies, you read those on, to be free, sovereign, and independent states. That he treats with them as such, and for himself, his heirs and successors, relinquishes all claims to the government, propriety, and territorial rights of the same in every part thereof. That doesn't say that America won.
It does say America won.
No, it only said that he giving them proprietary access and ownership of the land.
All authority. He relinquished all authority to America.
Okay, but that doesn't mean America won.
Okay, bro. I'm not gonna dance a dumb song.
No, wait, player. Look, I don't have a problem with saying that I'm wrong. If I'm saying something, I know I got shit to back it up.
Then you need to say
just like I proved to you that George Washington was a black man.
You never proved that.
Yeah, I did, because in the bicentennial of America in 1976, bro. In the bicentennial of America, they described that man as being black. You cannot be more forthright. Hold on, player. Hold on. Let me say this. You cannot be.
That is, bro. Because out of respect, I respect you. I love you. You're my brother. But what I refuse, because I understand words, I understand all that. I refuse to play the dumb game. So I'm not going to do this dance with you. I don't. The evidence that you gave, I prove that America is what America is. You want to dance to this other stuff that I'm not going to even tolerate. I done gave you 2 hours, and you fold on the first piece where you don't want to accept what it is, and right, I just can't dance like that.
But and the first article doesn't say that American law.
Right.
It doesn't say that.
Peace. I gotta go. I ain't got that. I ain't got my patience won't last that long.
Well, let's get off this subject and let's finish what I was talking about with the crypto.
I'm done.
I know you ain't. No, you ain't. Stay your black ass right here. You went all the way off the top. You went all the way off the top. But I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad. But what we're gonna do, sir, what we're gonna do, we're gonna cover it. We're gonna cover whether or not America won the war in 1776, and they didn't.
Cracker brought this up.
Huh?
You and the cracker brought this up. And
I didn't know that. No, man. That had nothing to do with what you're talking about. That had something to do with reference to crypto and how we got to where we were.
You brought this up. I didn't.
You brought this up.
You played the cracker.
No, I didn't. I did not bring this shit up. I only brought up that video in support of the crypto. That's what that is.
No. You played that cracker. She was lying to everybody, and I take offense when people lie to me. I take offense to it because I'm not stupid. And when she started lying, and then you back this crazy dumb bitch up, I had to come and pull the whole evidence. I had to pull the receipts so we can read and see that the bitch is lying. And you want to back up this?
Why she got to be a bitch? That's all I want to know. Why she got to be a bitch?
Because she is. She is. She is. She's a lying fucking whore, and she want to try to dumb us down. Fuck that. I'm not playing that game. I'm not playing that game. I don't play that with them. Shit. I know what I know, and there's nothing wrong with my understanding of the English language. Even though it is a bastard language, I still understand what the hell I'm reading.
Well, English is a black language, sir.
Well, you can call
every language in the world traces back to Africa. And if it wasn't for Africa and our ancestors, we wouldn't be speaking shit.
Made by bastard ass people, and so fuck them because they not about to dumb me down. I'm not about to play that bullshit. No. So I gotta go.
No, look, do you don't want to find out more about the crypto, man?
Come on, because I know it's all a goddamn sham. And look, please. No, I'm done. I'll see you tomorrow.
Well, if you don't watch all of it, you're gonna find out that it's not a scam. The only scam is wait, hold on, player. Where you're gonna go, I'm gonna show you the truth. The only scam is Bitcoin and all the other ones outside of XRP and every other coin that will be supporting XRP in respect to the stable coin possibilities that are coming within the framework of XRP, which is Flare.
Speculation. That's all you're giving.
No. See, if you're gonna go with that attitude without having all of the information, then you're gonna lose out.
I'm not gonna lose out because I don't have no faith in that bullshit because I understand what it is. I done my research on the mining of it. I've done my research on the whole shit of it. And I've even talked to fucking miners in this shit, and they can't even answer my question. All they can say is, well, damn, dude, you really know what the hell you talking about? Because I can read and I can understand what the fuck I'm reading, and I see through the bullshit that you're trying to pass on to other people. That's all that is. And I understand who the fuck I'm talking to when I understand that these crackers have no fucking integrity whatsoever. That's why they robbed the brother of his shit.
Oh, yeah.
There's no fucking way in the world that shit gonna go down like everything else. Their time is up, and they're not gonna be successful. And you can put that shit on the books. But I got to love you, bro. See you tomorrow.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow.
All
right, peace. Say hey to everybody. All right, well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad. Who all here? Please put a note in the comments. There's a lot of plays. More than not what I get normally. It's 13. Oh, shit. Here we go. But look, that was a good conversation with Brother Marie. I love the guy. I love Sister Cass and everybody that's in the comments. That we got to know our history. And America did not win the war in 1776, and after the signing of the Treaty of Paris or Versailles in 1783. But the reason why I brought that up, and this is one of the things that happened in 2021, is the corporation, the United States Corporation, went bankrupt. Now, what happened was, without getting into too much into information and all of that, is that we have been living under the Corporation of America, the United States of America Corp. Now, as you can see, the only site online to monitor the bankruptcy of the United States Corporation, access the latest docket and all of that, is right here. The bankruptcy petition for the United States Corporation Company showed assets in the range of unknown with liabilities in the range of unknown. Ain't that a bitch? They don't know. The debtor indicated the nature of business as none of the above. The nature of business options is fairly limited. Most companies will choose. It should be choose. Will choose none of the above. The options include healthcare business, single asset, real estate, railroad, stockbroker, and so on and so forth. So America is bankrupt, and they went bankrupt in 2020. Now, like I was mentioning to Brother Marie, I did send him something in regard to his first, that is during his first presidency. Okay, so Trump came in at 16, he went out in 20. All right, that is the year of the presidency. I mean the voting, and then I think if I'm wrong, then please mention that. Then all of this happened. So hold on, let me get on out of here. Rothschild, you can see the Rothschild that came into power in 1798 with the Bank of England, and then we got the Treaty of Paris with Brother Maurice we're talking about. We're going to go into debt. We're going to go into the depths about that and what it says and what it don't say, what implicit or explicit or not. So let's get back on track here in regard to crypto and what it is and what it's not. Now, people who know me on Brother Maurice's show, we talked about this once or twice, not much. But I've been trying to say, and as I explained to Brother Maurice, that you got to look for, if you're going to invest your money, never invest more than what you can lose. That's number one. Number two, look for game changers. Now, XRP, as Brother Maurice was saying, Richard, this is his name, Richard Middleton, I think it's Richard Middleton, the black guy who created DeFi. XRP, for its utility, is more valuable than Bitcoin. And, I can understand that a lot of people are saying that Bitcoin is nothing, that it will go under. And I do believe it will go under because the new guy on the block, XRP, is here. And like I was trying to explain to Brother Marie, is that Blockbuster Video is like Bitcoin. He was selling for $200, $300, $400 a share, making money. Everybody was going to Blockbuster Video. Wow, what a difference. You know what I mean? And then these other Blockbuster-like company came out, Hollywood Video, and all of that. And then, like I was trying to explain to Brother Maurice, I saw Netflix when it was first starting out, like 2 to 7 cents a share. That was the game changer. That was the new kid on the block. And Blockbuster Video didn't pay him no mind, and that was an error on their part. because they could have bought them for $1 million. Imagine that, and still be in business. So if you can see the comparativeness of which I'm trying to say that Bitcoin is like Blockbuster Video and Netflix is like XRP and all of its supporting elements like Flare and others that's going to be coming along, it's going to make money. Now, a lot of people are saying, well, are you looking at 10, 20, 30, 50, 100, $200,000 per coin for XRP? That depends, because as this world changes and we're getting into the use of XRP with its expediency of 1 second or less, hundreds of trillions of dollars, if not quadrillions of dollars, are going to be going through it. There are going to be no more banks. You know, and there will be no more PayPal. There will be no more, whatever. Because the expediency of which, I could be wrong, but of which XRP will be operating, and its game-changing utility is just a monster. Incredible monster. And so that's what I'm trying to get you guys to be able to see here. And these are the cons of, these are the pros of XRP that I'm going to be getting into. The first part of the first 2 hours that I did was about the cons of Bitcoin and crypto and XRP. So hold on, I want to make sure I get this right. Oh, okay. So this is another one. They're going to get rid of the Department of Treasury, the IRS. And it says here, on March the 5th, 1985, a charge of tax evasion was filed in the U.S. District Court in Indianapolis, Indiana, by U.S. Attorney George Duncan. The charges were dismissed. The defense attorney, Lowell B. Kraft of Huntsville, Alabama, presented irrefutable evidence that the 16th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was never properly ratified, and it was not. Just like saying America won the war, and it explicitly states that in the Treaty of Versailles, the Treaty of Paris in 1783, it does not. This amendment, which established the income tax, was signed into law despite serious defects. It was signed into law because they were forced to do so. After the Federal Reserve was created in the 1890s, I think it was, and then you got the establishment of the income tax in 1912 or 15, somewhere around there. That's when we got railroaded, because America was making money. It didn't need no income tax. And to be honest with you, an income tax has to be, what's the word for it? Has to be done by state, appropriate. What's the word I'm looking for? Apportioned among the states, and that'll never happen. Not only that, it's illegal. So the effect of this is such that every tax paid into the Treasury since 1913, here it is due and refundable to every citizen and business. We will not publish or advertise this finding as a total immediate refund will cause a serious drain, and that's what the U.S. Treasury was talking about. For those citizens who become aware of this finding and apply for a total refund, expedite their refund documents as quickly and as quietly as possible. There is no motherfucking income tax you gotta pay, and America did not win the war in 1776, and explicitly within the document of Treaty of Paris and the takeover of America by the Rothschild people and banks of that nature after the Civil War led to this. All right, so hold on, let me see. Okay. So now we're going to go, before we go to the next video, we're going to go to this one, which is 4 minutes and 40 seconds, saying that the U.S. government has been paid, excuse me, for the church music. I'm hoping you guys can still hear this. Hold on. I think I got my speaker working. So I'm gonna put it on the speaker. Hold on. Hold on. Let me put on the Bluetooth devices, and where were we? The mouse. Okay. Add device. Hold on for a second. I had to recharge it to all devices. Man, I hate it. Normally, I don't get all this noise on Saturday night, but please excuse me. Now, what the hell is going on? Connect me. Make sure your devices are turned on and discoverable. Select a device below to connect. So, hold on. Isaiah 5:5. That's not it. It looked like, yeah, it looked like it done calmed down. So let me try to go to the video and see what happens.
It has so much to do,
Oh,
and
okay.
I was so tired. Trying to get a lot of campaigning done for Trump before he comes Monday to South Carolina. But I want to jump on here and show you at least this paperwork that I promised I'd show you. And then I'm going to try to go on live tonight. We'll jump on and talk about some stuff. I don't know what time yet. Still got to do some more things for Trump's campaign before I can get on. But I do want to show you this. This is the paperwork that came from, there's like 50 something papers here, and I can't go through all of them because I don't have time, but there's a lot here. But it all came from the Office of Military Settlement Trust, United States of America. It was restricted at one time, but now it's not. Office of Military Settlement. And here's a letter. The letter says, Dear President Trump, known all men by these presidents, congratulations on your recent win of 2016 election. I envy not the enormous undertaking before you and the task to make America great again and enrich the lives of the American people. There are some that would subvert your presidency, yet, like others like us, who wish only for you to succeed and peacefully restore the republic to what it once meant to us when the founding fathers issued a bill of equity to King George III. The secretary and administrator each may reject a gift when the rejection is in the interest of the government. I trust the gift will be used for the benefit of the people. Please find enclosed sufficient monies to offset the federal public debt. See that? The gift monies was delivered in honor to the Bureau of Fiscal Service at Parkersburg, West Virginia, 3:40 p.m. on March 21st, 2017 to January 7. The instrument is directed to the attention of Commissioner Cheryl Morrow. You now have the opportunity of solvency and to issue interest-free USN, as did President Lincoln in 1862. So when you hear President Trump compare himself to Lincoln, this is why.
Now that's critical. Remember, 1862. That was right. So we're going into the Civil War. We're in the Civil War. It was over in 1865, and then no banks of England and all of that took over America, subverted it, and changed the Constitution from the Constitution of the United States Republic to the Constitution of America, which is a false constitution that instituted the birth of the Federal Reserve, which was under the control of the wealthy, especially the Rothschild family, and the implementation of taxes. I continue.
Okay. These are all just different papers. They mean different things. I don't have time to go over them with you. Just keep tracking. Here's the paper we want to see. This is a file copy, so it has a line through it. But this is where the bank had transferred $21 trillion. $21 trillion, which is what our debt ceiling was at 2017. So our debts have been paid off. What you see on the news is a lie. We do not have a debt. We are not.
So and there it is. During the first presidency of Trump, it was paid off. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. And I couldn't find it, but he wrote in an executive order and counted all of that shit. So what you're looking at is the residue of bullshit. It's the residue of the cabal. It's the residue of the fakeness of our government for over 100 years, from let's just say from 1880 up until this present moment in 21. All of that money in your birth certificate is supposed to be coming back to you. This is the reason why we're calling the golden age of America.
$32 trillion in debt. We are not in debt. We are out of debt because of President Trump, and he is in the process of tearing down and dismantling the corporation and the Federal Reserve. So all of it's coming down. You will pay no more taxes. We will get money coming back to us. You will get a good amount coming back to you when this all happens and all the everything, the bank and all has been reset. Financial reset has done. United States of America, Department of State, but these are all papers that tells, comes along with it when they transferred the money. But there are also, you can see here John Kerry signed this. There are also papers in here where they gave each state $333 trillion. They put a lien on each state. That's so they can't spend money unnecessarily like they're not supposed to. So tell me this man is not smart. Our president is the smartest man there is.
Now, I don't know about that one.
This is your proof that our debt has been paid off. We do not have any debt. Don't listen to the news, period. We don't have any debt. We're dismantling the system, so it's coming together so that we can see Nasara Jasara come to pass.
Nasara, I covered that last week. Nasara for America, and Gasara for every other country.
It is. I'll explain it later. I'll try to get on later tonight and do a live. I don't know when. I got a little bit left here to do for my mom, and then I've got to do some more canvassing for Trump, and then I'll do a live. But I'll see you later on this afternoon, okay? Y'all have a good day.
All right, now you heard it. So you guys want to, investigate it and look at it. It's there. America is going through and preparing for the golden age of America. And all of the time that we have been debt slave to the trilogy, the Washington, D.C. with the military arm of America, the banking arm of America, England, the Bank of England, or the Rothschild family, and the military arm, the Vatican. That triangle has been strangling the shit out of us. And every time you were paying income taxes, that tax wasn't going toward anything federal. And as I had read off to you, it's illegal. It has been illegal since it started in 1913. So let's get out of there and let's go back to this one. This one is, hold on, let me finish this little advert.
Se empezó a practicar inglés. What is your name?
For cross-border payments.
Okay, so now we're going to start at the beginning. It's only 8 minutes long. And if you got any questions, please leave a comment, and I'll address it when I see it, and I'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to Sue Cryptos. It's great to have you here. Today's video is going to be about the difference between Ripple and SWIFT for cross-border payments. Traditional financial systems are being transformed by blockchain technology. The cross-border money remittance sector is at a crossroads. The old SWIFT system is being challenged by new entrants, such as the Ripple system, which is based on blockchain distributed ledger technology and has its own cryptocurrencies. This video does an analysis on both technologies to see whether blockchain technology has the capacity to disrupt the traditional sector and how this may be accomplished. Despite some small difficulties,
we find that Ripple offers all of the advantages over SWIFT. SWIFT will continue to lead the remittance business in the immediate future because of economies of scale and the network established in the actual economic system. However, in the long run, new technologies like RippleNet will transform the remittance sector and potentially other financial institutions. Since the 1970s, people's methods of sending money from one nation to another have remained mostly unchanged. Despite the introduction of the internet and new digital technologies, moving money around the world remains difficult.
Now remember that they're saying it's been the same. It's been the same since forever. So now this is why I say we have to be aware of game changers, and Netflix was a game changer for seeing or watching videos or movies at home. XRP and Flare are the exact same thing. But now we're talking about moving money around the world. It'd be done by a bank within a few minutes, or not days, but within like 10 minutes. It depends. But now with Ripple or with XRP, it can be done in less than a second.
Insight into what happens throughout the process. Settlements can take several days, and they are generally highly expensive. Let's see in the video the difference between Ripple and SWIFT for cross-border payments. But before that, don't forget to subscribe to the channel to never miss an update from us. Let's begin. Ripple, founded in San Francisco, envisions a world in which value may be sent as fast and inexpensively as information. They have a convincing case. $180 trillion in cross-border payments are made each year at a cost of more than $1.7 trillion. SWIFT, how cross-border payments are made today. The SWIFT system, a financial messaging system that operates on a global network of thousands of institutions, enables banks to share information about financial transactions in a standardized manner. SWIFT, on the other hand, is only a financial information transmission mechanism that instructs one bank to debit one account and credit another. It does not move money. A connection between banks is required before they may undertake cross-border transactions. Banks with direct links have accounts opened up with their overseas partner banks. These foreign accounts, known as Nostro-Vostro accounts, are pre-funded with foreign currency in order to facilitate cross-border payments.
Pay attention.
Example, Bank of America considers its GBP account at Barclays in the United Kingdom to be its Nostro account, a foreign currency account. According to Barclays, the identical account is Bank of America's Vostro account, local currency account. When a transfer happens, the SWIFT system debits the sending bank's Nostro account and credits the receiving bank's local account. Banks, on the other hand, would need to maintain several pre-funded Nostro accounts throughout the world in order to facilitate transfers to all nations with whom their clients do business. Many nations' capital requirements for storing idle money would be prohibitively expensive, necessitating the necessity for correspondent banks. These banks serve as mediators for smaller and medium-sized banks and have alliances with several multinational banks. When a money transfer request is made, the SWIFT system connects banks via correspondent banks and advises each bank along the road which transaction to complete. The difference in use Ripple for cross-border payments. Cross-border payments are currently slow, expensive, and opaque. Ripple offers sub-second efficiently priced payments using a variant of blockchain technology. Speed is important in today's world. In the traditional institutional money transfer world, participants globally must interact with each other, essentially figuring out how to work with different systems that may or may not be easily compatible. With RippleNet, Ripple essentially created a global network that broadly abides by a given framework and group of parameters, making interactions among participants simpler, smoother, and more transparent, while decreasing costs and transaction times. Traditional centralized financial institutions can take days to complete transactions due to the...
Now remember this. This is important. Days? Bitcoin takes 15 minutes. Now we're down to less than a second. You see how the utility of Ripple on the blockchain can stop all that bullshit? I thought it might have been a couple of hours that banks would transfer money from one bank to another country or whatever the case may be. Unreal.
Systems involved in the process. This can make the current landscape slow, error-prone, costly, and can negatively impact the efficiency of a business transaction. Ripple cryptocurrency helps you avoid these issues with the help of RippleNet, which utilizes the on-demand liquidity or ODL feature. The ODL feature takes away the need for any type of pre-funding in case of cross-border transactions. Imagine that one individual wants to make a cross-border payment and has a different currency. For example, the receiving party in Sweden may not agree to receive Canadian dollars. In such cases, you can use Ripple XRP as the middle ground between the two distinct fiat currency types. How? Through the on-demand liquidity service. RippleNet leverages the digital asset XRP as a bridge between two currencies, allowing you to eliminate pre-funding of destination accounts, reduce operational costs, and unlock capital. RippleNet customers can use XRP to bridge two currencies in as little as 3 seconds, ensuring payments are quickly sent and received in local currency on either side of a transaction. As Ripple affirms on their website, XRP is ideally suited for global payments because it is quicker, less costly, more scalable, and sustainable than any other digital asset, which is more trusted. Some claim that SWIFT is a more trustworthy instrument than Ripple since the technology has been around for longer. Trust in an institution isn't enough. We need our own authorization testing, ethical hackers, and third-party testing. It's not only a matter of trust. SWIFT is significant since it is used by 11,000 banks. It is part of the global financial system in scale, and its political network is very strong. But this does not imply that it is a superior option, because Ripple offers greater visibility and assurance regarding payments. According to Brad Garlinghouse, Ripple CEO, they have a few hundred customers of financial institutions across 55-plus countries worldwide. In addition, RippleNet's security capabilities are SOC 2 certified. System and Organization Controls 2 are a set of internal control reports, which ensure service organizations have the appropriate processes in place for secure data management and processing. To conclude, in a rational world, because it is faster and cheaper and no more difficult to implement, I would expect Ripple to grow faster than SWIFT. Logically, regulators should prefer Ripple because near-instant transfers vastly reduce liquidity and credit risks. But we do not live in a rational world, and SWIFT has the benefit of incumbency. Based on existing correspondent banking arrangements, SWIFT may seem less frightening to banks. According to the document The Cost-Cutting Case for Banks, published on Ripple's website, Ripple presents a compelling long-term value proposition for all financial institutions seeking global reach. As infrastructure technology, Ripple enables banks to transact instantly and directly with any other bank partner around the world, optionally sourcing liquidity from a competitive market of third-party liquidity providers with end-to-end visibility and confirmation of funds delivery. Taken together, Ripple and XRP minimize settlement risk and eliminate the need for banks to collateralize Nostro accounts around the world, resulting in a lower total cost of settlement than ever before. The exciting potential of the new technology lies not just in the cost savings banks can extract from the old system, but the possibility to enable new models and businesses entirely. In the world of payments, a technology solution like Ripple and XRP that creates unprecedented cost efficiency and global reach makes use cases like global disbursements, international cash pooling, low-value remittances, and even micropayments not just possible, but profitable. It's these new business models that will catalyze development of the Internet of Value. Thanks for watching the video, and if you made it this far, I hope you've learned something from it. Please subscribe to...
So you heard it plainly and clearly. The XRP is going to subjugate SWIFT, which is the oldest way of transferring money since like forever. And that's going to change. And XRP is going to subjugate the SWIFT system of doing things because it's too cumbersome. So when the new game changer comes on, you guys, get on it. Not Bitcoin, not Ethereum, XRP, and Flare, because Flare is going to take and make and be an integral part of XRP. It is a contract it handles contracts on the ledger, whatever kind of contract it is. And it makes the exchange from XRP to whatever more fluid. It's like XRP, I don't want to make it a bad thing, but it's like XRP is like syrup. It flows, but Flare, when you add it to it, It's like it comes like water. It flows easily, more easily. So XRP by itself, the Bitcoin is like glue that's already been hardened. It takes forever for it to get out. XRP is like syrup, maple syrup. It's thick, but it goes and it flows. But when you add flair to it, it becomes like water. So let's get out of that and go on to the next one. We're running it on down. Oh, here, the lawsuit is over. Banks are ready. Ripple can sell XRP to everyone. And here we go. This is it, you guys. All we're doing right now is waiting for regulation to come into place. Regulation, just like the regulation for stocks, just like the regulation for bonds, just like the regulation for trading gold, what do you call it? Trading commodities. So you have to have rules to this. And this is the game changer. You need new rules. So that's all of what we're waiting for. And it's been passed and with flying colors. Now, Ripple can sell XRP to everyone. All right. So now this one, hold on. Let me see. 16 minutes. We're gonna do those first because the other one is not that long. Hold on. Oh yeah. Well, we're gonna go through all of these. But let me get rid of this one. We did that one already. You did it twice. And this one is 10 minutes. So what we're going to do, 2019 investment Flare. We're going to cover Flare right now. We're going to let that run through. Do you get a better understanding of Flare and what that is? So hold on, let me see if anybody left a message. Okay, nobody left a message. Whomever you are, I really appreciate you guys sticking around and finding out about Flare, finding out about Bitcoin, finding out about XRP and the incoming change to the world economies. So with that, I will continue with Flare now.
Currency update from Japan, and the market is quite steady, actually off just 0.2%. Volume is up 11%, Bitcoin dominance at 62%, and trading at the 84,000 range, 84,723 to be exact at the time of this recording. Going to talk about Flare in this video because it is up nearly 50% on the 7-day, and it has a strong connection to XRP. I will explain. But first, let me weigh in a little bit to the Hidden Road acquisition that received, the coverage globally it so deserved. The use of the XRP ledger is not going to be overnight. All the transactions will be transparent, so we will know when that happens. And they're probably going to use payment channels to batch those transactions. And the questions that we should be asking is, will some of that activity come over to the public ledger in 6 months, 1 year, or 2 years? Let's do our best to dive into understanding the details.
Stop using ChatGPT like everyone else and do this instead. To the men over 50 who don't know how to use AI, tomorrow morning, we're starting the 28-day AI challenge for beginners over 50. Just 15 minutes a day to level up your life. In 1 week, you'll feel unstoppable. In 2 weeks, you'll have your strategy. In 4 weeks, you'll wonder why.
I was really glad to see the clip that I posted of Ripple's managing director for the UK and Europe was shared so well. Yes, this confirms that the Euro stablecoin is going to come onto the XRP ledger. And also, it's interesting to see that 100% the bank-grade custody was so critical for Ripple, since it is the entry point to the end-to-end solution that they are providing. And keep your eyes peeled, because for retail, expect wallet custody competition to heat up big time. As a lot more new people come into the XRP ecosystem, history and facts do matter. And for those deeply interested in the company Ripple or the digital asset XRP, Giant Gox has meticulously updated the 21 years running since Ripple Pay was created in 2004. Every major change, every major announcement in this dual ecosystem of a decentralized public ledger and a centralized company, and that being Ripple. So if you know Giant Gox, the original OG. You can use Google Translate. He is from Japan, but he has probably the best record for the deepest information on both Ripple and the ledger. Ripple's stablecoin RLUSD for retail? Yes, you bet. You can find it.
Now, the stable coin for Bitcoin is Tether. It's not going to do anything. Don't fuck with Bitcoin. It's going out the window. The stable coin for XRP is RLUSD, backed by gold and silver.
In the Hidden Wallet app, there is a section now called RLUSD Financial. You'll be able to pay with RLUSD or XRP. There is an RLUSD stablecoin loan solution, an earn solution, also cross-border remittance, real-world assets, on-ramp, off-ramp, all coming soon from the team that received funding from the Japan-Korea Fund by Ripple. This team is busy, and I'm just so surprised that it is going to be offered to retail. Another big surprise, I happened to find a brand new trademark by Kraken called X-Stocks. Yeah, it looks like a fresh stab at a blockchain-based tokenized stock platform. You'll be able to trade fractional shares globally 24/7 with seamless fiat to crypto custody and apps for all. And I would expect to see more like tokenized bonds, ETFs, everything. All right, let's jump to the subject of Flare. I think the cat's out of the bag, and that is about Hugo and the team of builders at Flare Networks, Flare Labs, and beyond. They've been building serious utility for the digital asset XRP. There has been a stream of posts coming from Flare Networks, like here's one. Summer 2025, Ripple builds the rails, Flare unlocks the playground. It wasn't luck, we're meant to see this. The Flare token was the top performer for the top 100 by market cap today, up 9% on the 24-hour and 49% on the 7-day. This is on fire.
Hi, this is your speed reading coach, Jim Quick. I have a question for you. Is your life spinning out of control?
Keep a very close eye on this project. This is Firelight Fi, and they're unlocking XRP opportunities. There's an intense campaign that we see daily referencing the XRP DeFi and utility. And it's also coming from Hugo and the main Flare network. There are some big things, obviously, brewing. That's in addition to F Assets. And this person here replied to my post and said, I'll bet you $100 that this will never happen. And they were even going to add a 6% increase annually with a cap of 3 years from now. Well, I took that bet. Yes, F Assets for XRP, I'm betting, will go live in 2025. So I took the bet. It could be paid in Flare or XRP, and the response was, let's go. So from Firelight, they said, ready to see the TVL skyrocket? This is the total value locked. And somebody asked me in the last video, why does it matter about the TVL? Well, it's a key metric in blockchain, particularly in DeFi, because it measures the amount of assets engaged, those assets that are locked, deposited in a protocol. It reflects the adoption, the liquidity, the economic activity, how robust the use of the chain is because its ability to attract capital, and the health, the overall health of the project. So add the transactions and the number of active wallets and you've got a very full picture. Let's just take a quick snapshot of some of the largest chains with high TVL. Here's Ethereum with 46 billion. Solana, 7 billion. Bitcoin, yes, Bitcoin. There are people who have created staking protocols for Bitcoin, has 5 billion. There is the Binance Smart Chain with 5 billion. Tron, also flipping the heels with 5 billion. Base is 2.8 billion. Berachain just came out of nowhere in the last couple of months, already at 2.6 billion. Arbitrum just behind at 2.1. Avalanche 1.25 billion. And Sui 1.249 billion. We know that XRPL is going for the institutional DeFi. We can see that it is currently tracking at 80 million. I just love this image that Jungle Inc. shared on X. This is William Hinman. Now I created a poll. Is ETH effectively over in a legal sense with the SEC investigation clearing William Hinman of any conflict of interest? You can see with over 1,200 votes, 37.5% say yes, it's over. But look at this, 50.7% say no, it's not. 6.3% said it depends, and a very small percentage of 5.5% said, what is ETHgate? Let me show you something fun before we close this video. This comes from Altered State, which is by Futureverse. And this is their new 3D AI modeling. And I have a bonsai here. Very cool.
We don't need to hear that one. So let me go back and see if there's any. That's 20 minutes. Okay, so we're gonna go there. So are there any questions? Anybody want to ask a question? Because I think by the end of this video, you guys going to know which way to go. XRP is the way to go. XRP with Flare. Flare is going for roughly 2 cents a coin. You're getting 50 to 1. For every $1 you put in, you get 50 coins. 10, you get 500. 100, you get 5,000. 1,000, you get 50,000. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. If you ain't got $500 to buy 25,000 flares of the coin, you done fucked up some kind of way in your life. You 30, 40, you don't have $500 to invest to get you some kind of an opportunity to make money. This is a no-brainer to me. It really is. It's a no-brainer. So, hold on. Okay, so we're winding it down. And I know exactly what ones I'm going to play. So we're going to play this one, the process payment, and explaining what it is. Well, I'll be right back.
At Ripple, we've talked a lot about the Internet of Value, our North Star of enabling money to move like information does today. But how does the Internet of Value translate into banking? It starts with your customers. Your customers' payment demands are changing, and the Internet of Value plays a large part in delivering on those demands. Across retail, SME, and corporate customers, as well as the emerging wave of platform-based businesses, they are demanding global transactions that are seamless, real-time, certain, and cost-effective. Yet today's global transactions fall far short of those expectations. That's because the current payments infrastructure is a patchwork of centralized networks, legacy technology, and different payment rails. It's disparate. The technology, systems of record, messaging, and rules are different from one network to the next. It's slow. It takes an average of 3 to 5 days to settle across the numerous intermediaries. It's error-prone. Failure rates are high, and data flow between intermediaries is poor. And it's costly. Processing costs are high, an average of $25 to $35 for each payment. The downstream impact of these problems provides a subpar experience that's driving customers from your bank to fintech providers that can provide a better customer experience. We're solving this with RippleNet, which is the cornerstone of enabling the Internet of Value. RippleNet is a global decentralized network that brings together a diverse ecosystem of payments players for the first time in history. Let's look at what could be the fully realized future state of RippleNet, starting with the ecosystem of players who are categorized into 2 functional groups. First are network users. These are corporates, SMEs, small banks, and payment providers who only send payments. Second are the network members. These are banks and payment providers that serve as the foundation of the network as they process payments and source liquidity. Network members process payments through real-time settlement with bidirectional messaging. With RippleNet, banks and payment providers can process payments more efficiently through the pre-validation of every transaction to eliminate failures and through rich data attachments for every payment. It also provides payment certainty through the pre-disclosure of information prior to settlement to eliminate failures, and through atomic settlement that provides pass-fail processing across all intermediaries to avoid settlement-like risk. Network members can also source liquidity through access to an on-demand pool of liquidity through digital assets. RippleNet provides the ability to lower liquidity costs by being able to source liquidity on demand and reduce the amount of nostros required to make global payments. For network users, again, these are corporates, SMEs, small banks, and other payment providers, RippleNet provides a standardized API-based interface to originate payments through their banking partner. They can access across networks globally, they can send payments on demand in real time, they can attach rich data like invoices to any payment, and they can gain complete visibility into payment status and delivery timing. RippleNet is solving the inefficiencies of today's inefficient payments networks. It's standardized. The technology, APIs, rules, and governance are consistent across the network. It's fast. The technology provides real-time settlement and bidirectional messaging. It's certain. Atomic pass-fail processing eliminates payment failures. And it's low cost. High STP rates and flexible liquidity provisioning lowers processing costs. RippleNet is the first step towards bringing the Internet of Value to life through one frictionless experience to send money globally.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Smooth operator. Avoid pre-funding with instant settlement. Step-by-step guide to on-demand liquidity. This is it. This is the game changer, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. No more SWIFT. No more days on days and days of waiting. At Bank XRP. Go to X and look for at Bank XRP. So I'm going to get out of here, and we got 1, 2, 3, we got 4 more to go. So let me see which one we're going to play next. We don't have a lot left now, so We're going to play this one. What is Ripple? And I'll be right back.
In this video, we're going to talk about what is Ripple and XRP, and what's the difference between the two. Ripple is a name that's been causing ripples in the industry for a long time. It's a company that's behind not only one of the most popular cryptocurrencies on the market, but also one that's facing the regulatory authorities in the most intense manner to date. You could even say that the future of crypto, in some ways, relies heavily on Ripple. To understand what's at stake, it's important to take a deep dive into what does Ripple offer to the crypto community, how does their project stand out, and most importantly, how and why do people at Ripple refuse to agree with the US regulatory authorities about how cryptocurrencies are viewed. Welcome to Crypto Finally Explained, the most crypto-friendly educational YouTube channel for actually learning crypto. Here, I finally explain crypto topics using simple animations, visual doodles, and real-life examples, so no matter if you're 5 or 75, you'll be able to understand it. In this video, we're going to answer such questions as what is Ripple XRP, what is XRP used for, and what conclusions can you draw if you take a look at it from the XRP versus Bitcoin perspective. It's a household name, and you cannot understand the contemporary crypto landscape without understanding the situation surrounding Ripple and XRP. Let's see what it's all about. To put it very simply, the answer to what is Ripple in crypto would sound something like this. A blockchain-based technology and cryptocurrency company with a focus on revolutionizing cross-border payments. These cross-border payments are exactly what they sound like. Money transfers that take place between the parties from different countries and that are settled with the help of blockchain technology. So, Ripple offers solutions to financial institutions to enable faster, more cost-effective and transparent international transactions. Now, to get a full picture, it's important to address the question of what is XRP crypto. XRP is Ripple's native cryptocurrency, and it serves as a bridge currency to facilitate these transactions. But that's only the surface-level answer to these questions. In order to fully get the picture of what is XRP in crypto and what role it plays in the whole crypto ecosystem, we have to zoom out and take a look at the entire Ripple timeline. What challenges has this company faced, and what milestones has it achieved? So, Ripple's story began all the way back in 2004, when Ryan Fugger created Ripple Pay, an early iteration that laid the groundwork for what would later become the Ripple we know today. Fugger's concept aimed to establish a decentralized digital currency system, sparking the initial inspiration for the project. Fast forward to 2011, and Ripple Pay caught the attention of Jed McCaleb, a programmer and entrepreneur with a vision to create a digital currency solution that seamlessly integrates with traditional finance. In 2012, McCaleb joined forces with Chris Larsen, a fintech veteran, to co-found OpenCoin. Chris Larsen and Jed McCaleb recognized that the global financial system was ripe for disruption, and that blockchain technology held the potential to revolutionize the way value was transferred and financial transactions were conducted. Fueled by this conviction, they embarked on a journey to create a solution that would bridge the gap between the existing financial infrastructure and the emerging possibilities of blockchain tech. Their mission was to develop a digital payment protocol that could redefine the way money moves globally. OpenCoin's evolution led to the introduction of the Ripple protocol, which aimed to streamline cross-border transactions using blockchain technology. With the protocol came the birth of XRP, Ripple's native cryptocurrency, designed to facilitate fast and cost-effective international money transfers. We're going to get into the specifics of XRP and the way Ripple functions in a minute. But before doing so, let's finish the overview of Ripple's journey. So, the years that followed saw the company expressing a strategic focus on forming partnerships with traditional financial institutions. In 2014, Ripple began collaborating with industry giants like American Express or Standard Chartered, aiming to leverage its technology for more efficient global transactions. As these partnerships took shape, Ripple's role in the financial landscape began to solidify. However, Ripple's journey was not without its hurdles. Regulatory uncertainty surrounding the classification of cryptocurrencies posed quite a challenge. In 2018, debates emerged about whether XRP could be classified as a security or utility token. The debate intensified as the cryptocurrency market experienced rapid growth and volatility. Amid these challenges, Ripple introduced the Interledger Protocol, or ILP, a groundbreaking initiative to facilitate seamless transactions across various payment networks. The legal landscape became even more complex in 2020 when the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, filed a lawsuit against Ripple. The lawsuit alleged that the sale of XRP constituted an unregistered securities offering. Ripple responded by firmly asserting its position that XRP is not a security and defending its actions. This legal battle raised pivotal questions about the regulatory classification of cryptocurrencies and their implications for the industry. We're going to get into the specifics of the infamous SEC versus Ripple case at the end of this video, because this isn't just a simple legal question. It's a battle that may redefine the future of crypto altogether.
If you're learning a new language, you have to check out TalkPal. It's a language learning app that uses...
Now, as I've already mentioned, One of the key challenges that Ripple sought to overcome was the sluggishness of cross-border transactions. Traditional methods of sending money across borders were characterized by lengthy processing times, intermediaries, and high costs. This created a significant barrier to businesses and individuals alike, making things run slower than they could. Ripple's solution to this challenge came in the form of its innovative payment protocol and digital currency, XRP. Ripple introduced a network that enabled real-time cross-border transactions with reduced costs and enhanced efficiency. XRP played a pivotal role in facilitating these transactions by serving as a bridge currency that could be easily converted to various fiat currencies. But to continue answering the question of what is the Ripple cryptocurrency, let's delve into how Ripple works and unveil the mechanics behind the products. At the core of Ripple's operation lies the Ripple protocol, which serves as a technological foundation. The protocol enables a unique consensus mechanism that sets it apart from other blockchain networks. Instead of energy-intensive mining, Ripple employs a consensus algorithm known as the Ripple Protocol Consensus Algorithm, or RPCA. The mechanism enables the network to reach consensus without relying on proof-of-work or proof-of-stake methods, making it faster and more energy-efficient. To learn more about the most popular consensus mechanisms, such as the aforementioned POW or POS, be sure to check out my channel. I've covered both of these concepts. The second ingredient that's partially accountable for Ripple's success is Ripple's distributed ledger, also known as the XRP ledger. This ledger doesn't just store transactions. It records a wide range of data, including offers to buy or sell assets and even smart contracts. But here's the twist. Transactions on the XRP ledger aren't grouped into blocks like...
Now you can see smart contracts. That's Flare. Let me see if they cover Flare here. That's what Flare expertise is in.
Traditional blockchains. Instead, they're individually validated as they occur, resulting in near-instant transaction confirmation. Then we have to talk about RippleNet. Imagine a digital highway connecting financial institutions across the globe. That's RippleNet. It's a network of banks, payment providers, and other financial institutions that facilitates seamless cross-border transactions. RippleNet's suite of tools, including xCurrent and on-demand liquidity, or ODL, empowers participants to send money across borders with speed and transparency that traditional systems could only dream of. All of these features fit under the category of liquidity solutions, because that's essentially what Ripple aimed to improve. To rephrase it in a simple way, think of liquidity as the speed at which you can turn stuff into cash. It's like having a vending machine for your assets. The easier and faster you can get your hands on the cold, hard cash, the more liquid your assets are. So apply this definition to cross-border payments, and you have liquidity solutions that work. Picture this. Financial institutions need liquidity in foreign markets to process transactions. Traditionally, this required pre-funded accounts in each country, tying up capital. But the already mentioned on-demand liquidity flips the script. It leverages XRP to provide instant liquidity on demand. Financial institutions can convert one currency into XRP, send it across borders in a flash, and then convert it back into the local currency on the other end. Voila! Instant and affordable liquidity without the hassle that was taken for granted before introducing these novelties. At this point, we should also address the question of what is the XRP cryptocurrency a bit more thoroughly. XRP is the digital glue that holds Ripple's vision together. It serves as a bridge asset, offering a means of transferring value between different currencies. Whether it's converting dollars to euros or yen to pesos, XRP acts as an intermediary, enabling cost-effective and efficient cross-border transactions. But Ripple's XRP ledger isn't just a one-trick tool. It supports smart contracts and escrows too. Smart contracts enable automated, self-executing agreements without intermediaries, revolutionizing business processes. Escrows, on the other hand, provide a secure way to hold funds until predefined conditions are met. Whether it's complex multi-signature transactions or conditional payments, the XRP ledger has it covered. Now, all of this pretty much sums up what made Ripple kind of a big deal and answers the question of what is XRP used for. Yet, we're in crypto, which means that we have to take a better look at XRP, since when it comes to trading, the XRP cryptocurrency is where it's all at.
Are you a non-US citizen? Do you not have a US social security number?
Created back in 2012, when Ripple was known as OpenCoin, XRP's purpose wasn't just to play the role of another cryptocurrency. It's not mined like Bitcoin. Instead, all of the 100 billion XRP coins were created at once, which means that the concept of mining farms is foreign when it comes to Ripple. By the way, to understand what these mining farms are all about, check out my channel. I've got a video about this topic. Okay, back on topic. As I've just mentioned, XRP had an initial supply of 100 billion tokens. But as of now, the circulating supply is around 46 billion. So why the shrink? Ripple decided to lock up a chunk of those XRP tokens in escrow accounts to ensure a controlled release into the market to keep inflation levels low. Every month, a portion of these escrow tokens gets released, and any unused ones are sent back to the backroom for safekeeping. When it comes to XRP's importance in the Ripple ecosystem, it plays multiple roles. As a bridge currency for cross-border payments, a tool to help secure transactions, and a way to help fight spam. Now, there's this term called burning. When transactions happen on the Ripple network, a small amount of XRP gets destroyed. This reduces the total supply of XRP over time, giving a hint of deflationary nature to the cryptocurrency. It's thanks to Ripple's active involvement in looking for serious, long-term partnerships that XRP didn't tank and continued to stay relevant as one of the top cryptos in the market. But like any successful story, XRP has its share of drama. The question of whether XRP is a security or not has sparked legal, seemingly never-ending disputes with regulators. When trying to answer the question of what is Ripple's XRP, you often end up with the finding that Ripple is the avant-garde of the crypto industry's battle with the regulatory authorities about the official legal status of many cryptocurrencies. Here's the gist of this landmark case. The SEC filed a lawsuit in 2020, alleging Ripple's unregistered XRP sales during the initial public offering back in 2013, when the company founders were raising funds. Hey, if you feel like your knowledge about IPOs is a bit rusty, don't worry, I've got an entire video about it. Be sure to check it out. Okay, back to the story. The lawsuit accused Ripple's co-founders of unregistered XRP transactions worth $600 million. The SEC claims that XRP sales funded Ripple's operations and enriched its management. The lawsuit challenges whether XRP should be considered a security. Unlike Bitcoin, the SEC believes XRP fits this classification due to its funding of Ripple's platform. The Howey test, a legal precedent, evaluates if an investment contract is a security. The SEC claims XRP satisfies this test requirements, as investors lack control over XRP's profit. In the legal battle, Ripple opted to fight rather than settle, arguing the SEC's bias. Ripple questioned the SEC's classification of XRP while accepting Ethereum. In a landmark ruling, Judge Annalisa Torres partially favored Ripple, stating that only the XRP sales to hedge funds and institutional buyers were unregistered securities offerings. However, the case continues, with Ripple possibly appealing the decision or seeking a settlement. The outcome of the case holds implications for crypto regulations and may shape the future regulatory proceedings against crypto firms. Therefore, if things go in Ripple's favor, the future of crypto is surely going to be interesting. So it's safe to say that Ripple's success is not only something that XRP holders are interested in. We have reached the point where it's time to wrap it up. We have answered such questions as what is Ripple XRP, what is the XRP cryptocurrency, what is XRP used for, and ran through the overall story of Ripple, their product, and their legal battles with regulatory authorities. What's your take on Ripple? Do you have any experience using their services? Do you think they will win the case against the SEC? Leave your comments and insights in the comment section below.
Well, we won the case against the SEC. I showed you that. But let me get out of here. We got 3 more to go. I'm hoping. Hold on. Okay. Okay, that's a stable coin, RLUSD. And let's do this one. We're gonna do this one first. Ripple payment system. So if you didn't understand it now, in that last video how it works, this one might be a better indication, or might supplement and help the previous video. Let's go.
Hi, in this video we're going to talk about the cryptocurrency system called Ripple. It's quite different from Bitcoin, which is better known. However, unlike Bitcoin, Ripple is more of a payment system rather than a currency, although it does contain its own cryptocurrency called XRP. However, with Ripple system, one can trade in any currency. It doesn't even have to be money. You could also make payments in gold or Lego blocks if you so choose. Of course, you can't send Lego blocks through a wire, but nor can you do that with real money. Yet we still use electronic banking. So to understand how this works, we have to understand the nature of money. To do that, I'm going to take you back in time to talk about the origins of money. It's actually quite a fascinating story. And it's a story which is very relevant to what Ripple does. Here's a clue. Money was originally used in a way that has more in common with electronic money today than with the cash that we're used to. In the beginning, before money was used, we essentially had communism. People lived in small primitive societies and simply gave each other what the other ones needed. Today, we might also talk about gift-based economies. So the question is, what happened next? How did trade using money begin? It's been common to talk about the appearance of money happening in some mythical primitive past where all exchanges happen through barter. Here we got two Lego people who want to make an exchange. You can imagine if Leia wants to get Luke's blaster, she can barter by exchanging her chicken leg for the blaster gun, except Luke doesn't like chicken. He wants an apple. And here we see how bartering is complicated because now Leia needs to swap her chicken leg for an apple somewhere before she can get the blaster. So the story went that because of this, people would start using intermediate like gold or silver or something else like this for money. Except this isn't how ancient societies handled trade. The story of how the barter economy pushed the development of money is most likely a myth. Anthropologists never found evidence for it in any culture. There's one really important missing from the barter hypothesis. Leia and Luke actually have a relationship. They are brothers and sisters, and so there's trust between them. This is the case for most trades back in the day. And that's why a two-way exchange of goods isn't really needed. Instead, Leia can give Luke a note that says, I owe you $25. Or Luke can simply have a piece of paper where he records how much Leia owes him for different things. This is how money originally appeared. It was not a medium of exchange, as often believed, but a unit for measuring value when keeping track of debt. All the way back to the ancient Mesopotamians, in cities such as Sumer, thousands of years before Christ, they would record debt owed, measured in a unit called a shekel, which was fixed to the value of 1 bushel of grain, so that would be 35 liters for us metric people, or 1 shekel of silver, which corresponds to about 11 grams of silver. So money arose as a need to have a unit to measure value with, when adding up what somebody owed, so that they could settle with some kind of goods at a later date. Let me give you an example of how this trust-based form of trade works. This is how trade works in Ripple. Both Leia and Luke have a bunch of items they will trade. Now we can imagine this happens over some time. The exchange doesn't have to happen in a single meeting. In Ripple terminology, they both have trusts. They both have a trust line pointing to each other. The trust line is simply recording how much a particular other person owes you in total. Each trust line also has been annotated with a max value. This is to reflect the fact that we tend to not want others to owe us too much. For instance, you might be fine with your friend owing you $20, but you don't want him to owe you $500,000. So in this case, Leia isn't comfortable with owing Luke more than $100, while Luke doesn't want Leia to owe him more than $50. So here I'm going to show you how we update the trust lines and the value owed as we're trading. So let's start with the blaster. You see that gets updated. We make another trade with an apple. So now Leia's trust line gets updated, and we do this fake diamond for $5, and we added that up as well. So this is what's going on in the Ripple system. So in short, the Ripple system is really all about managing an elaborate set of trust lines. But how do we find out how much money you have on your Ripple accounts? That is, what is net owed to you? You have to add up what is owed to you and subtract what you owe. Han Solo's account here is green. His trust lines are labeled with green boxes. They point to the ones he trusts, and they're labeled with how much they owe him. So Chewbacca owes him $3 and Luke owes him $4. So we add up 3 and 4 to get the balance, except Han Solo owes Leia So we got to subtract 2 to get the final balance of 5. We can continue to look at the total balance for Leia and for Luke. So see, Luke is a total of 1. Another key concept in Ripple is called gateways. In our normal money economy, we could describe a bank as a gateway. A gateway is typically a company we don't know personally, but due to its public nature, we trust them anyway. In a gateway and a bank, you can hand over money. And in return, the gateway or bank will owe you money. A bank statement is what the bank says, or the balance is just what the bank says that it owes you. The difference between a bank and a gateway is that Ripple, we can have gateways for any kind of commodity. A gateway could be a Lego block storage as well. So you store Lego blocks with your gateway, and they will issue a statement in Lego blocks. So the Lego blocks owe to you. Let's look at how a gateway can be used to make payments. Say Leia wants to make a payment to Darth Vader. Naturally, they don't trust each other, so they can't owe each other directly. However, they can perform a payment to each other by using a trusted third party, such as a gateway. Leia transfers, say, $15 to Darth Vader by telling the gateway or bank to make the transfer. Then the bank will adjust Leia and Darth Vader's balance to reflect the transfer of $15. Darth Vader can then redeem money from the bank, for instance, $20, and have his account balance updated to reflect this. What happens if Leia and Darth Vader are not on the same gateway? To deal with that, Ripple uses something called rippling. But before we look at that, let's see how that works with traditional banking. Remember, a bank roughly corresponds to a gateway. So if, as before, Leia wants to transfer $15 to Darth Vader, the way this works is that her bank and Vader's bank hold bank accounts with each other, or in Ripple terms, they have trust lines between each other. First, Leia's bank agrees to transfer the balance on Leia's account to Vader's bank. In other words, Leia Banks agrees to owe Leia $15 less and Vader's bank $15 more. But they only agree to do that if Vader's bank will owe Vader $15 more, thus completing the transfer. The way this suggestion is communicated between the banks is by using the SWIFT protocol. So SWIFT is what something like 10,000 financial institutions around the world today use for communicating transfer of money. With Ripple, it would be Ripple's protocol RTX. So let's look at the Ripple example, how you can do this in Ripple. In this example, we're dealing with the problem that Boba Fett and Yoda wants to make a trade, but they don't trust each other. The arrows you can see here are representing trust. So the arrow going from Darth Vader to Boba Fett means Darth Vader trusts Boba Fett. That means Boba Fett can...
Well, you know what? I really don't like this explanation, but we're going to let it play out and just go with the other one before this one. It was a lot better, but we'll let it play out.
Owe up to $15 to Darth Vader. But in Ripple, we can do something called rippling, which is what gave Ripple its name. There are indirect lines of trust going all the way from Boba Fett to Yoda. So the question is, how do we utilize this? This is what really the purpose of Ripple is. Dealing with trust lines between two parties is something we do all the time. And that's something that's actually done with the Hawala system used in Muslim countries. And that can be accomplished orally. The Hawala participants are just talking with each other. But dealing with a complex network of trust is not something we can do manually. That is a problem that Ripple solves. So let's see how this works. So Boba Fett gets the gun, but he can't hand an IOU of $25 over to Yoda because Yoda doesn't trust Boba Fett. Instead, Boba Fett has to trade IOUs. One way to accomplish that is that Luke creates an IOU of $15 and exchanges his IOU for one from Darth Vader.
Deja de estudiar inglés. Comienza a hablar inglés. Vamos a empezar a practicar inglés.
This is possible because Luke trusts Darth Vader, so he's not afraid to hold a Darth Vader IOU. Then we have Boba Fett creates an IOU of $15, which Darth Vader is happy to accept since he trusts Boba Fett. So Darth Vader hands over Luke's IOU in exchange. We repeat this same pattern with Chewbacca. So now Boba Fett has 2 IOUs from people that Yoda trusts, so he can pay Yoda. Here's another way of looking at this. So say he wants a gun, we can start the rippling process. This is more like what actually happens, is that Boba Fett promises to owe Darth Vader $15 if Darth Vader promises to owe Luke $15, if Luke promises to owe Yoda $15. Again, we repeat this with Chewbacca. So you can see, because there's a limited amount of funds which may flow through a single chain of connections, we increase flexibility by utilizing multiple connections to transfer funds. We can also send money through a Ripple network or a network of trust lines using gateways. What the Ripple founders found was that people using Ripple didn't really have enough contacts to be able to send money through acquaintances using the Ripple effect. So the alternative approach, which is most commonly used today, relies on gateways. I'm going to show you how that works with this example. So Chewie wants a blaster from Yoda worth $25. As before, there is no direct trust line between the two parties when a trade. And of course, we have to assume that they're not in the same physical spot. Otherwise, Chewie could just hand Yoda the cash. So somehow, we want Yoda to get his balance with Luke updated to reflect him getting paid by Chewie. To get this transfer going, Chewie needs a higher balance. Otherwise, there's nothing to transfer. So first step is to deposit $20 with Boba Fett to get his balance of $30. Now he can freely move $25 to Darth Vader. So we'll reduce Chewie and update Darth Vader's balance. In exchange, Darth Vader is going to deposit $25 with Luke, who then updates his balance with $25. Vader can then ask Luke to reduce his balance and increase Yoda's balance, thus effectuating the transfer of $25. And finally, Yoda can then redeem this from Luke in cash. And the update has to be updated accordingly. Notice how this sort of transfer can happen automatically unless Luke already owes Darth Vader. The transaction wouldn't be very fast if Chewbacca, as an example I showed you, had to wait for Darth Vader to physically deposit $25 with Luke, right? In this context, Darth Vader is what we call a market maker. And we can think about Luke and Boba Fett as gateways. A market maker is someone who offers to buy a balance at one gateway in exchange for a balance at another gateway. Vader sells a balance with Luke in exchange for a balance with Boba Fett. In real life, a market maker would typically buy balances in one currency in exchange for a balance in another currency. Okay, so I've shown you the overview of how the system works. Let's have a look at some of the details of how the Ripple system is implemented. We'll start with looking at what the Ripple transaction looks like. So a transaction is a signed transfer of money from one account to another. This is a selection of the fields that I think are important. A Ripple transaction contains many of the same things as Bitcoin transactions. There is a sender and receiver address, and we have a public key and a signature created by using the corresponding private key. This verifies that the account holder did in fact authorize the transfer of money. The major difference from Bitcoin is that we have SendMax, which allows the market makers to charge money for transferring from one gateway to another. By setting a max, we will not transfer money when the charge is too much. Paths are all the accounts or trust lines one has to go through to send the whole amount. Remember, a single path may not allow enough money to go through it. So as soon as we have decided we want to transfer money, as soon as we have decided who to transfer the money to, and we've made a transaction now, the next question is how we get this transaction authorized in a peer-to-peer network. The Ripple blockchain, or rather chain of ledgers, as it would be called in Ripple terminology, is not verified and grown through proof of work. That's what Bitcoin does. Rather, a process known as consensus is used. This is how Ripple avoids the double spending problem that all cryptocurrencies have to deal with. Involved in this process are the clients sending transactions, that is, you and me using the Ripple network. I mark these transactions as T0, T1, and so on. The service validating transactions are called validators. They build what we call the next last closed ledger. In Bitcoin terminology, it would simply be a block on top of the blockchain. Validators don't exchange transactions with each other, but proposals for transactions labeled P0, P1, and so on. Ripple servers go through multiple cycles. At the start of the cycle, a server or validator of transactions receive transactions which could be made on a client using JavaScript, typically on the most common Ripple wallets. So you can run code on your personal computer that will construct a valid transaction, sign it, and send it to a validating server. You don't need to run a validator yourself. Clients do, however, monitor validated ledgers to see if the transaction actually went through. Each validator will check the transaction they received. Then they will check if they can be applied to the last closed ledger and that if it's correctly signed. If so, they will construct a hash tree. So that's somewhat similar to Merkle trees, which are used by Bitcoin. And this allows us to have to only send the root of the hash trees, P0, P1, and so on, to other validators. And then we can compare and figure out if we got the same transactions with each validator without actually passing all the transactions over to each other, which would, of course, require a lot more networking traffic. So this is just an animation showing all these proposals being exchanged. So a proposal is really just a hash of all these transactions. Each node in the Ripple network maintains something we call a unique node list. It only considers transactions received from this unique node list. What we call the UNL, unique node list, needs to be selected carefully. We don't need the nodes to be trustworthy, but what we need to make sure is that they're not colluding. For instance, while a coyote and a roadrunner doesn't need to be trustworthy, they could both be liars. But as long as we know they're not colluding against you, we can safely use them. Likewise, Itchy and Scratchy might not be trustworthy, but we can trust that they are not colluding with each other or cooperating in any other way. After the initial proposal is sent out, the validators enter a stage where we get multiple rounds where each validator receives proposals. So we got all these proposals from the UNL list, or from the validators that we trust are not colluding. Then we take the majority of these proposals and we send them out. So we only send out the proposals that the majority believes should be included. So this step is repeated multiple times until we reach an agreement on which proposals should be included. And then we can synchronize and add these transactions to the ledger.
You know what? I'm gonna have to apologize for that one. That guy was about as boring as I don't know. I mean, the other one explained it very well. I don't know what the fuck he was talking about. He was just going all around the bush. But I apologize for that one. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna look for understanding Flare, because I don't see here in Flare. Okay, let's see. Flare network explain. Okay, so we're gonna go. Hold on, let me see. Flare Network is. We might play these last two, and that'll be it for tonight. All right. So we're gonna go to Flare and what it is.
We'll be covering over what Flare Network is, how it works, and some concerns that I have. The Flare Network plans to be the bridge between different blockchains so they are able to share data between each other while also making it easier to build on one another, making crypto more interconnected. But the best way to understand what Flare Network is and what they're trying to do is to understand what dApps are. And to make it simple, dApps are similar to apps that you have on your phone, like TikTok, your calculator, or even your notepad. These are all different applications that you are free to use on your device. The only difference between apps like those and dApps are decentralized, so not one company or corporation has full control over it, like how Elon Musk bought Twitter and now has free reign over the whole app. But instead, dApps are made for the people and ran by the people. A really popular one is called Axie Infinity, which is a pretty cool decentralized game where people can play and trade NFTs while also earning money. And this is just a quick example of what a dApp could look like on the blockchain. So now, we know what dApps are. Basically, different apps that are decentralized that can be used on a blockchain. And just for an example, you can think of different blockchains as different brands of phones. With that being said, only certain phones can run certain apps, and some phones can't run any apps at all. And this is the problem that Flare is trying to solve. By connecting different blockchains together and allowing them to run decentralized apps and have them communicate with other blockchains. And Flare's main focus is to bring this kind of technology to blockchains that currently don't have the ability to run dApps, like Bitcoin, XRP, Dogecoin, and so on. But overall, it plans to connect all the different blockchains and their data together in order for them to run different dApps and share it between one another. So Flare plans on doing this with its 3 different innovations that they are bringing to the space. Those 3 things are called Flare Time Series Oracle, Flare State Connector, and lastly something called Layer Cake. And I know, it's a lot of words, but don't worry guys, I'm going to break it down so it can be simply understood. So let's go over the Flare Time Series Oracles. Firstly, way too many words for me personally, but a quick explanation of what an oracle actually is would definitely help with the understanding on what Flare is trying to do. So, an oracle is basically something that brings information and data from the real world to the blockchain, or data and information from blockchain to blockchain. So, for example, if you want to know what the price of bread is or what time it is in a different country, an oracle will be able to make that information accessible to the users on whatever blockchain that is using the oracle. The most popular oracle right now is Chainlink, and it's been in the crypto space for a bit of time, so it's pretty established. It also has a few partnerships going for it already. The only thing with Chainlink is it's centralized, meaning that one group has control over the whole thing. And as you guys know, crypto is made to be decentralized and put the power back into the hands of the people. And Flare Network plans on providing a secure connection that will be able to provide data sharing while also making it decentralized with their Flare Time Series Oracle. So basically, Flare plans on creating a way for information from the real world and other blockchains to be readily available for everyone that is in the crypto space or the real world, all while keeping the process decentralized. Flare also has something called a state connector, which basically gathers accurate information about any blockchain to help improve the security when bridging assets between blockchains. So it's just as the name implies. It tracks the state of the connection between blockchains. And with the large amount of hacking that has occurred between different bridging protocols, Flare Network claims that their state connector will be able to provide a more secure way to bridge assets without getting hacked. But Flare is still new, and only time will tell if they're able to do this once they are more established in space. Flare also has their Layer Cake, which is their bridge between blockchains, which will allow people to move crypto from one chain to another. The way that the bridge works and why it's different from others is
Flare connects everything.
1 to 1. So in order to transfer 100 USDT from the Binance blockchain to the Ethereum blockchain, there needs to be 100 USDT on the Ethereum blockchain. So basically, people will need to provide liquidity for all of these transactions to happen by supplying the Flare network with their own personal coins. and they in return would get a percentage back on their token for being a liquidity provider for Flare's Layer Cake bridge. This will also make large transactions process a little bit slower, but will increase security, because just in case a hack were to occur, this would slow down the process immensely and only allow the hacker to get only a small portion of the transaction that they are hacking. So as far as the concerns for Flare, it is a fairly new project and still developing. It also has inflationary tokenomics, which is not necessarily bad because there are other projects that also have inflationary tokenomics, but it does mean that more Flare tokens will be created, which will not help the price appreciation, but instead hurt it if it does not have good adoption, which is another thing. Flare's goals for being an oracle is very similar to Chainlink, and the idea of connecting the blockchains together is also similar to Quantum. The problem with this is that these are the two main projects that Flare will be trying to compete against, if not try and work side by side with. A good question would be, does Flare provide the necessary technology, and does it have the ability to capture the attention of the retail market? Because currently, Quant and Chainlink are established projects in the space. So what would cause someone to go from Flare's network instead of the previous projects mentioned? It is just something to think about, but it is also very possible that Flare has what it takes to stand with these projects, and if not, work together. But truthfully, only time will tell. Flare did just recently get released on Coinbase, so it could be a sleeping giant. But what do you guys think? Leave a comment below and check out this video next for another.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play this one, but I'm gonna
El nuevo orden mundial.
post it in the comments so you can watch it. Here's why
Los
Flare is
tiempos que
about to
vienen serán
shock
radicalmente
everyone in
diferentes a lo que hemos
2025.
experimentado hasta ahora. To introduce a form of liquid
And
staking.
I like this guy. I would suggest that you guys subscribe to his channel, the Digital Hustle Network. When I tell you the guy is thorough, the guy is thorough. So I'm gonna copy that and put it into the chat so you guys can take a look at it. 23 minutes long. All right, so we're down to the last two. Let's see. I don't want to be doubling. What is RLUSD? Okay. I think by now you guys know what XRP is. I don't think I need to play that one. But I'm going to put it in the comment just in case you guys want to watch it. You can do that. We'll be down to the last one, and then we'll be done for the night. All right. So got it here for that one, for the first one. We got it here for that one. So we're going to get out of here. XRP Made Easy. I posted that on the comment. And we'll play this last one. This is the stable coin for Ripple now. So they're going to make it like water. And Flare like water, I'm sorry. But the Ripple coin would be more stable. So when you transfer from one currency to the next, from a foreign currency to the American currency, you know how currency changes and everything like that. At the moment in which you do the transaction, it stays the same. So there will be no fluctuation in the difference between the two currencies, the fiat currency or the currency that is now being backed up by gold. So let's get out of it and we'll get out of here.
What's up, A-Team? Welcome back. Awesome Monster here. Hope everyone's having an awesome day. So yes, we're here to talk about RLUSD, which is the Ripple stablecoin. Everyone's been waiting for this launch. As you guys know, Ripple did come out and make an announcement yesterday saying that RLUSD was going to launch globally, and today is the day for this launch to happen. But the biggest question is, what is RLUSD? There's a lot of people that are new to crypto that really don't understand what RLUSD is, and so I'm going to try to put something together here to help give you some guidelines as to what it is and just put it into perspective of what this brings to the Ripple net. And so with Ripple's release, they actually put out a press release on this saying raising the standard of a stablecoin. And so when we talk about stablecoins, realize that RLUSD is just that. It is a stablecoin, meaning that the whole goal is to be pegged one for one. And it's going to be pegged to where it's going to be just $1. Meaning that if you have $1 million and you decide to transfer that $1 million and you move it into RLUSD, that you will continually have $1 million. The price of RLUSD is not going to go up in value, right? If it goes down in value, then that means it's been depegged. And there's been a lot of instances here in cryptocurrency where things have been depegged and gone down to zero. We have Terra Luna, for instance. Everyone knows what happened with that. So there is risk involved with these stablecoins being depegged. Tether's had instances where it's been depegged and people have gone down in value. But the goal behind stablecoins is just that. It's to make sure that you can move an asset over into a stablecoin that is one-for-one value, and you will not lose your asset or any value of which you put into it. So through the history of crypto, there has been a ton of stablecoins. You got BUSD here, which is the Binance stablecoin that a lot of people backed. This was actually in the top 10 for a really, really long time, but it fell out of favor after Paxos and the whole ordeal with that. And so BUSD is used for the Binance network, and some people still use it, but it's not as popular as before. But that takes us into Tether. We got Tether, which is obviously ranked number 4 in the world right now for largest crypto, and that's because a lot of people actually do use Tether. The other one right here is USDC, which again is ranked number 8 right now, and this is another one of those stable coins, which you can see right now is 0.99999. And when I say depegging, you can see where it's kind of losing its value here. You can see it's gone down a little bit, but you'll see that fluctuation. So again, these are some of the stable coins that are out there. And there's also another one called USDD, which is more built for Tron. If you guys don't know, that's attached to Justin Sun. And again, not very popular. It's at 133, but still people do use it. People on the Tron network, obviously, he uses it. But again, it's not as popular as, say, USDC or Tether. And so when it comes to these stable coins, the biggest question out there that we've always asked is, what are they backed with? What secures that these will be $1 for $1 value? And so for Tether, you can see right now that about 84.58% of its reserves in cash, cash equivalents, short-term deposits, and commercial paper. So 76.87% of this is a U.S. Treasury bill. So again, basically 75% of it is U.S. Treasury bills, meaning it's probably attached to some.
Stop using ChatGPT like everyone else and do this instead. To the men over 50 who don't know how to use AI.
Some fiat dollar, bonds, but then there's the other 25% where people can say that, well, that could be attached to Bitcoin or crypto or other what they call short-term or cash equivalents. So no one really knows. There hasn't actually been an audit put out there by Tether to determine exactly what is behind the value of Tether. And then when you look at USDC, like it says right here, cryptocurrencies backed by the US dollar or dollar denomination assets like US Treasury securities. There's been no proof. There hasn't really been an audit of this, although their financial institutions actually back these things. The whole goal is to keep it $1 for $1, but we haven't actually seen what exactly is backing USDC. I think a lot more people, I guess you could say some people probably feel better with USDC than Tether, but to each your own, right? If you're invested in these stablecoins and putting your money in there, you just hope that they don't depeg. And again, after the Terra Luna crash, a lot of people have become a little bit weary of stablecoins because you could wake up tomorrow and all your money be gone because somehow, some way, it got hacked and the price of it could go down. And so you ask yourself, why then would I go to RLUSD? Well, the good thing about RLUSD, and something that actually excites me, is that this will be fully backed by the US dollar deposits, US government bonds, and cash equivalents. And it's designed to ensure stability, reliability, and liquidity. And so you can say, well, that sounds the same thing as Tether, sounds the same thing as USD. And you're right, there could probably be some similarities there. But the great thing here that I think a lot of people want in this space is transparency. Everyone wants to be transparent. They say they want to be transparent, but unfortunately in this space, transparency is the last thing that a lot of developers do. People like to hold their cards close to their chest. And so although they might say they want to be transparent, they really are not that transparent. One thing that Ripple did do is come out and say that they were actually going to issue a third-party audit for everyone to view. So, and when we talk about transparency, that's probably as transparent as it can get because, as you guys know, Tether and USDC and a lot of these other ones, they don't really show you what it's backed by. But the good thing is that Ripple will actually be publishing this by an independent auditing firm to actually go through their books and see what their reserve assets are. Which, again, if you're putting your money into this, that's something that you want to see. And I think that this actually does bring a lot of value to the stablecoin. I think that they are setting a nice roadmap for what stablecoin should do. And hopefully this actually is really good for not just Ripple, but the entire cryptocurrency community when it comes to the stable coins. So now that we have a little bit of a history of what stable coins are, what they do, and the different ones in the space, let's actually get to the key of this video, and that is, what is RLUSD and what is it going to do for the entire network of Ripple? And as you can see right here, it says RLUSD is ideal for financial use case and allows institutions to facilitate instant settlements of cross-border payments. So the goal is to be able to take one payment from, say, the United States and settle that payment over in, say, Germany. So you want to be able to send it across the network and have it land over there as quickly as possible. A lot of our systems and or banks that want to send large amounts of money could take a long time. You could just take Western Union, for instance. I mean, that could take days, weeks, maybe, depending on where you're at. If you actually go to your bank right now and ask them to say, hey, I'd like to send $20,000 to someone in the Philippines, that could take a long time to do. They're not just going to, you have to go through the wire transfer transactions. It could take a couple days to do. The good thing here is that when it comes to the blockchain and or the RippleNet here, is that this could happen seamlessly. It can happen within seconds, from transferring millions of dollars from one institution to the other. Another one right here is to access liquidity for remittance and treasury. And so really this is just to settle your payments. And it's basically like if you were to sell Bitcoin, you're going to either sell it into US fiat, or maybe you're going to send it into euros or pounds. And they're basically saying, hey, you can move it over to a stable coin. A lot of people will actually do that on Coinbase. You'll go to sell out your profits and they'll move it into USDC or US Tether. So basically the same thing here is that you could actually move this into RLUSD. It helps out with liquidity on the blockchains and things like that. And so the other thing here is that it will seamlessly integrate with the decentralized finance protocol. So again, that could be a lot of things on the decentralized side. One thing that comes to mind for me is, say, like a DAO and or a place where we stake cryptocurrencies. You can actually move your money into a decentralized side and stake for profits. You'll see that right now. You'll see where people will say, hey, come move your money over here, stake on this platform, and you're going to get a certain APY. There could be a lot of things that you could use it for. Like I said, you could actually stabilize you could use this protocol to stabilize your DAO on the decentralized side of things. There's so many things that can actually be done on the DeFi side when it comes to moving money around. And so this helps move money around on the decentralized side versus like a centralized side, which is a bank and things like that. And another big thing here, which is really, really good, is it's the bridge between traditional fiat currencies and the crypto ecosystem. So as you guys know, we all start off with some kind of fiat wherever you're from in the world. Here in America, we start off with the dollar. So how do you actually enter that dollar into the cryptocurrency space? And so what it's saying here is this actually helps create that bridge to be able to take that dollar, the US dollar, and move it into a blockchain and move it into the decentralized side of places. So you're taking traditional fiat currency, putting it into RLUSD, which then you can actually use to send across blockchains and or be on the DeFi side of crypto. And so that's what this is going to allow people to do. It also allows for quick transitions between, say, you move your money onto a centralized exchange, or you move your money onto a decentralized exchange, which is on-ramping. You can actually also cash out and move it back into US dollar, which is called off-ramping. And so that's what they're talking about here. It makes a smooth transition between putting money on or into crypto and also moving money out. So again, when you're doing that, when you're taking profits or you're moving your assets around, you want to put it into a stabilized setting. You want to put it into a stable coin so that if the market were to tank, you don't lose the value of what you just cashed out on. And again, you could then take that money, move it across different networks, and or put it onto a centralized exchange and cash out for fiat value. And so the last thing here, which I think is one of the coolest, is their goal is to provide collateralization for trading tokenized real-world assets such as commodities, securities, and treasuries on-chain. And so really when I think about this, it's taking real-world assets and actually being able to use this as collateralization against them. So right now, we'll just take your house. This is thinking pie in the sky, but you could take your house right now. The bank owns your house. You obviously make payments on it, whatever that payment might be, and it's backed by US dollar or wherever you're from. That's what the bank has on it. It's US dollar here in the United States. And what it's saying here is that you can actually eventually, maybe, hopefully down the road, move this into an RLUSD and actually use RLUSD as the token or stable coin that can back your house, your house loan versus that of fiat. So again, that's sort of a high level way of thinking about it, but I hope that eventually it gets to something like that. A lot of people in this space have talked about tokenizing real world assets, and unfortunately, it hasn't really come to fruition too much. But this might be the first opportunity. So one of the greatest things about Ripple, and probably the coolest part about this, and why I feel super secure, is because this will be the first regulated stablecoin by the New York Department of Financial Services. As you guys know, that's what they were waiting for. And like I said right here, early on, Ripple made a deliberate choice to launch our stablecoin under the New York Department of Financial Services Limited Purpose Trust Company Charter, widely regarded as the premier regulatory standard worldwide. And so what does that actually mean? What does being under the New York Department of Financial Services, what that actually means is that institutions now know that this is a regulated cryptocurrency, a regulated stablecoin, to where they could take their money and actually move it into the stablecoin and know that it's going to be 100% backed before they put their money in there. The whole goal is to make sure that you actually have the money that can hold this one for one, meaning that if they were to lose their money, whatever it might be, you were able to back that money somehow. And that's really what it comes down to. And so the New York Department of Financial Services is really going to hold Ripple to the standards of just like any other fiat currency out there. It's the only cryptocurrency out there right now that will allow institutional money to come in and then be used across a network. This will be the first time. Tether's not like this. Circle's not like this. A lot of these other cryptocurrencies do not have any backing by regulators like the New York Department of Financial Services to be able to do this. And so that is probably the biggest thing that Ripple brings to this entire ecosystem here. So people ask, how is this actually going to help out XRP? That's probably one of the biggest questions out there is, what does RLUSD actually do for XRP? And if you guys know, you can actually move anything across the blockchain. It just has to have a gas token that allows for that asset to be moved from point A to point B. And in this instance, when you move money across the Ripple blockchain, XRP is going to be the gas that fuels that. Meaning that if you move one asset from point A to point B, XRP is the token in between that makes sure that asset is moved over. Also, one thing
I disagree with that. The XRP with the CAR and Flare is the gas, but we're talking about the stable coin. So I'm just throwing that out there.
A blockchain here, and I also brought this up here, is that there's something called wrapped Ethereum. Like it says right here, wrapped tokens are like stablecoins to a certain degree. Come to think of it, a stablecoin can also be considered wrapped USD, since they have the same value as their underlying asset. They can also be redeemed for fiat currencies at any time. And so when you think about a blockchain, you think about cryptocurrency, they could come in wrapped versions. And so even RLUSD to some degree could be wrapped in XRP to be moved across different blockchains and things like that. And that's the whole goal with wrapped tokens, because it says right here, wrapped tokens solve interoperability issues that most blockchains have and allow for easy exchange of one token for another. For example, users cannot normally utilize Ethereum on the Bitcoin blockchain or Avalanche or the Ethereum blockchain. Through wrapping, underlying coins are then tokenized and wrapped with certain blockchains' token standards, thus allowing them to use that network. So again, when you're using, let's just say Ripple, you have to then wrap your tokens in XRP, which again, you have to buy XRP to actually make that happen. And so to move certain things across networks, those have to be wrapped. This opens up the door to allow for RLUSD to be wrapped and to be used and moved across the blockchain, which again, makes it to where you have to purchase XRP to do so. So there's a lot of money that could be flowing through, a lot of transactions that could be happening on the blockchain where XRP could either be wrapped in that version and or just be used as the gas for that. And so if you're moving trillions of dollars across the blockchain and you have to use XRP as the gas, that means that you're using it to then provide the money to make the transaction happen. So you have to do that on a blockchain, just like Ethereum. If I were to move something across Ethereum, you'll get a little pop-up in your MetaMask or a pop-up in, even on Coinbase. You'll get a pop-up and it'll say, here's your fees. That's including gas fees and everything like that. So that is actually going back to the Ethereum network, and same goes for XRP. Anytime there's a transaction moved across the blockchain, XRP will be used to make sure that transaction is smoothly sent across the blockchain. And so, again, that's the value of this. And so the goal behind RLUSD is for institutions to put trillions of dollars into RLUSD to be able to send across the world to any capacity that they want, be able to change it from US dollar into RLUSD, and then on the other side, they're going to take it from RLUSD and move it into, say, euros, or move it into pounds, whatever they choose to do. But in that process, they're going to have to use XRP to make that transfer happen across the blockchain. So that's the value of XRP. That's the value of the price in which, again, XRP could go to, we don't know, but it's all based off use case. And so this goes to XRP, where is that if more people are actually using that network, that means that more XRP is being used, more is being utilized, meaning that it's probably going to drive the cost up for the blockchain. But that's really what it is. Again, tried to make that as quick as possible and tried to explain exactly how this is all going to work. Hopefully you understand that RLUSD is just a stable coin. It's just a 1-for-1 value, meaning that if you put $1 in there today, tomorrow it will be $1, 1 year from now it will be $1, in 10 years from now it will be $1, and in 100 years from now it will be $1. So just realize that going into that, that's the goal of a stable coin. It is not like any other token or asset out there where, you put your money in and hope it goes up in value. That's not what a stable coin is. And so that was my goal for this entire video, was to explain exactly what it was so that people out there that might be new to crypto fully understand what RLUSD is. So there you have it. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, please put them down in the comment section below. Make sure you give this video a thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed, hit that subscribe button. And with all that said, we're out. Peace out, everyone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Let me give 4 hours. Let me give my unbiased opinion. Like I was saying in the beginning, I'm going to say it now. You must do your own research. Only invest money that you know you can afford to lose. If anybody know me, I have my own stock market news and world report on Facebook, my own Facebook page. Over the last 5-6 years has gone up over 50,000%. 50,000% for every stock that I gave out to buy. The last one, I would urge people to buy it still. LVGI. It's going for a hell of a lot less than a penny. It's worth at least $3. And it's just going to be a shockwave of money that's going to be made from that. So, like I said here, I have 30,000 in XRP and about 400,000 in Flare. XRP is the car, Flare the gas, and RLUSD, the stable coin, is the road in which all of this is going to be traveling. And it's going to be a smooth operation. This world is changing. XRP is the Netflix of cryptocurrencies. Forget about Bitcoin. It's not going to go anywhere or do anything. Like the guy said, stable coins are just that. They keep the value of the coin that you're going to be transferring with, or the money you're going to be transferring with, 1-for-1. You buy RLUSD today, it'll be worth that 100 years from now, $1, if America's still around. But with that being said, I don't think I need to say anything else other than good night, because it's awfully late here in the Dominican Republic. Hasta luego, buenas noches, and voy a ver a ustedes próximo sábado a la 8. I will see you guys next Saturday and at 8 o'clock. And looking forward to whatever we're going to be talking about. We'll probably be talking about what Brother Maurice was talking about. Did America lose the war against England 1776? Of course they did. But more than likely, I won't do it, but more than likely I will do it, because he's going to be on my ass coming tomorrow. Like, oh, you want to do this? You want to do this? All right, we'll do that. But I appreciate for everybody that been here. I really appreciate that. And I hope that you enjoyed it and found it informative, like I always try to do. And always remember, for the next 24/7, 365, stay black and fuck all white folks.